Hello, everyone. Thank you for attending this year's World Dairy Expo tour, both in person and online. My name is Richard Franta, and I'm a robotic specialist with DealVal. Here at DealVal, we are very excited to sponsor this virtual tour of Feltz Family Farm. Along with this tour, DealVal has also sponsored a Knowledge Nook session tomorrow at 10:30 a.m., which is focusing on the decision process that people go between choosing robots and rotaries, and that'll be directly behind you tomorrow at 10:30. This will bring together two producers and the journeys that they went through as they brought automation to their herds. For today's tour, when I think of the Feltz family, a word that comes to mind is the word welcoming. They are welcoming to their community, connecting consumers directly to agriculture and teaching them where their food comes from. They're welcoming to their family, diversifying their business to create opportunities for their children to pursue their passions at home on the farm. They are welcoming of new technologies, incorporating them into their farming operation on many levels, which you'll hear a lot about today. And they create a welcoming environment for their cows, centering on what is best for their herd. The cows then in turn reward them with high production. On the day that these videos were shot that you'll see in a little bit, it was 93 degrees, everyone was sweating and tired, and the cows, being completely comfortable, were averaging 111 pounds. So what all these things come together to create an excellent environment for the family, the farm, and the herd. And with that, I'd like to welcome you to our virtual tour of Feltz's Family Farm and Dairy Store.
The thing is, what do you do with money? I mean, if you have a decent vehicle and a decent house, my goal is really for the next generation to continue the farm. I mean, the farm life is great to raise a family. It's a great business that we have here, and I mean, as long as I have enough money, I don't need $1 million in the bank. So that's really my goal.
This is Feltz Family Farms. We're in Stevens Point, Wisconsin.
The farm's been here well over 100 years. Approximately 1913, I believe it was. My husband's great-great-grandfather came from Poland and started the farm.
We're a sixth-generation dairy farm that milks right around 700 cows.
Started with 50 cows back in 1993 when Jackie and I, my wife, we purchased the farm from my parents. You know, we were doing 10 different things. We were, raising all of our calves, doing all the cash crops. We had upright silos. It was just a never-ending thing, and there was so many different things to do that I couldn't do any of them good. I did them all partial. So I just chose one thing, and I chose to hopefully do it the best that I could. Yeah, we do one thing, and we try to be the best at it that we can. That's really what drives us here, to be the best that we can at milking cows.
About 10 years ago, we were milking about 500 cows, 4X in our double 12 parlor. Parlor was maxed out. There was 2 hours a day for wash time. We knew that with me coming into the business, plus having other siblings that would likely enter, that we were gonna have to expand in some capacity. About 6 years ago, we purchased our first DealVal Classic robots. Pretty quickly, we fell in love with not only the robot, but the environment that goes with the robot, the environment for the cows. So over the last 5 years, we've continued to retrofit barns and add DealVal robots to where we sit today with 10 total robots, 4 Classics and 6 V300s. We built our first green site VMS barn in 2016. 2 robots, 120 cows. Really liked what it did for us. Still having the parlor plus the robots, it gave us a lot of flexibility with cows. And we knew that was going to be the future for us.
I think adding the VMS to the farm was huge moving forward. As with many businesses throughout the country right now, people are struggling to find good quality employees. Especially as you expand, it becomes difficult. Now, instead of spending that time managing people and working with people, the VMS are able to take care of the cows.
I hope that our kids continue to thrive here and that they're excited to go into the future with farming and expand it to where they want to and put their ideas into use and come up with something even bigger and better than what we've done.
Well, very good. Thank you all for being here today. I'm Jared Feltz, sixth generation dairy farmer from Stevens Point, Wisconsin. Thank you, Richard and Dee LaValle. Thanks for the nice introduction. Richard approached us about 6 months ago and brought up the idea of doing this. I said, Richard, you know, that's not really my thing. I get nervous in front of people. And he said, how about a new milking robot for you guys? I said, Richard, let's do it. So thank you, Dee LaValle, for that. So I traveled here today with my father and grandfather. I'm glad that well, my dad's here, but especially Grandpa, for him to come. It's pretty neat to have him. He is our chief wisdom and cheer officer at the farm. So a little bit about our history and who we are. So our roots go back to about 1913, when our ancestors emigrated from Poland. They settled in Polonia, Wisconsin, which was about 10 miles away from where we ultimately are today. Today we are in our 5th generation under my mom and dad, Ken and Jackie. They purchased the farm from my grandpa in 1995. And also today as we sit, myself and 2 of my siblings are involved in the farm as the 6th generation. And God willing, we'll have a 7th generation. So just a broad overview of who we are today. We're milking about 700 cows on 700 acres. About half of that land is owned and half is leased. I said in the video, but we're in Stevens Point, Wisconsin, so right in the central sands, about an hour and a half straight north of here. It's great ground, it's fertile ground, and where we are in Portage County, it's primarily vegetable crops, so dairy is kind of an outlier where we are. But we're proud to be, in our local community and in our county, and we've established good relationships with our neighbor farmers. And you can kind of see in this picture here, so not only are farmers our neighbors, but we have the public very close to us as well. So about half a mile to the northwest of us, there's a Walmart, there's apartment complexes. So over the last 20 years, that city has really migrated towards us. Today we have 10 milking VMS. We're still operating our double 12 parallel parlor, which was installed in, I believe, 2004. We have, over the years, really decided to focus on cows and only cows and milking cows. And so we strive for high production and ultimately high total solids that we ship. And so I'll talk more on that, how we've come to where we are today. And in the last 5 years, we started pasturing about 70 beef steers on some low-lying ground that we have close to us. So we have some experience with rotational grazing, which has been kind of neat, taking that on as well. So just a little timeline that explains kind of how we got to where we are. So if you go back before 1995, which would have been my grandpa's time, he started in 1963. And I asked him in the truck this morning to describe kind of, who he was as a dairy farmer, his identity. And I think he was a dairy farmer in the purest sense, as, he loved to till the ground, work with the crops, and work with the animals. Probably had many different species of animals on the farm. So a very traditional Wisconsin dairy farm. My father purchased the farm from Grandpa in 1995, and I think generally speaking, the statistics were about 50 cows, 50 pounds of milk, and I think about a 650,000 cell count. So, and at that time, again, it was a very traditional traditional Wisconsin dairy farm. The story I've heard is that my dad, at a kind of a critical point, somewhere after he purchased the farm, had to make a decision of who he was going to be. And supposedly some advisors came in and said, I think your best bet is to sell your farm to the city and get a real job at the paper mill. And so fortunately, he chose the route that he did, and I give him credit, to go from that point to where we are as a family today. So, as Dad grew, it was like 30 cows per year, just steady growth, until ultimately the step-up parlor kind of outgrew itself, and in '04, the freestall barn and parallel parlor were built. That was kind of a big stepping stone as outside employees were added to the business. And really, the focus was on cows and only cows. In that time, most of the equipment was sold, young stock was sold, and the decision was made to purchase replacement cows, to not grow our own cows, and again, to emphasize only on one thing. So from '08 to '12, it was steady growth to about 500 cows. Kind of stayed at that for a while until the point when I was going to be coming back in to the farm. I graduated college in 2013, and so ultimately we knew that myself and potentially other siblings were going to be coming into the business, and that we needed to grow in some capacity. The parlor was absolutely maximized as far as time, and at the same time, these milking robots were just kind of getting popular, at least in our area. So after touring a few barns and doing our research, we really felt that was our path forward. And so in 2016, we built our first green site robot barn and attached our dairy store to the front of it, and added about 120 cows. From that point on, we really felt like it was going to be, for us, for the long haul, the robotic milking, and so we decided to remove cows from our parlor and retrofit existing barns with V300s, so the new VMS model. So 19, we did just a double robot pen. We did that again in 2021 with 4 VMS and a three-stall barn. And then this last summer, we added 2 more classics to our original classic barn. So doubling up our 53 stall pens, having two older model robots in those pens to get us to a total of 10 boxes today.
So a number of years ago, I did have a vision that I would like to open a dairy store, and I thought it would be really cool. When they talked about getting the first robots here, I thought it would be very interesting if we could have viewing windows out into the robot barn, and people could come in and watch the cows get milked by the robots, and also purchase dairy products. So the majority of the products that we carry here in the store are all from Wisconsin. We decided early on we wanted to keep everything as local as possible and support other Wisconsin businesses.
Now we kind of have the whole cycle right on site. We go right across the road, we grow the feed for the cows. We've got the cows that people can see get milked. We take that hot milk and then we make cheese right on site. Something that we can say is ours from start to finish, which I think is really cool.
You know, we were always worried about farming so close to town, but with this dairy store, that's really opened a lot of new doors for us, and the public has really embraced this. Our store's been open for 6 years now, and it's doing good.
I think we felt kind of a responsibility that we wanted to educate people on dairy farming and where their food comes from. So that was really important to us.
When I was a kid, we were kind of way out in the country, and now we've got a whole shopping complex, you know, just across the field, a quarter-mile away. So it was kind of, we had two choices, either to try and block people off and, you know, try to hide and close the doors and shut off to the public, or else we could accept people on and be really open and honest with them. And I think that's the route we've decided to take.
We bring a lot of tours through our barns, and that's really the highlight is going down into the VMS room and watching them milk cows. Then when you tell them how the cow spends her time in that pen, I think people also really enjoy hearing that too. We've had tons and tons of great feedback, you know, about the barns and about the VMS.
I feel like when you're growing up, somebody had a grandpa or an uncle, somebody who had a farm, and nowadays it doesn't seem like people have that connection. So I think it's really important. I mean, if you see something online, people don't know any better. If you've never been to a farm, you can't really blame these people if they've never interacted with it. So we kind of invite people out here. We've got windows right into the operation. We do tours. We have a lot of school kids out. And I think it's important for us to open the doors, have them come in and show them exactly what we do. They ask questions, and we don't hide anything. And I think that's really important for people to gain that confidence with the producers.
And I think by us being transparent, you know, we do what we do. You know, if you're honest with people, they understand what you're doing. By letting them get to know us and us knowing them and being a part of the community, they've accepted what we do here.
So a little bit about the farm store. It was a dream of my mom's, and I had heard it when I was a kid, you know, to open an on-farm store, and then for whatever reason, it was never, you know, the right time to do it. And ultimately, you know, now that we were old enough, plus with this new green site barn, it all just seemed to come together and make sense at that point in time. So 2016, we opened up. Again, with the idea that there'd be family returning to the farm. The whole idea at the beginning, you know, when the store opened, was just to sell unique Wisconsin products. So, you know, meats, cheeses, honey. There's even goat milk soaps. You know, so things that really, you know, come from around the state that can be at one central location. But from that point on, you know, that's still our core, but it's grown into a lot of different things now. This is a great time of year for us. We do a lot with agritourism, not only the farm tours, but fall. We have a fall corn maze. We grow pumpkins now, and I think there's a picture of our fun farm, as we call it. That's all been added to the dairy store. So. It's been a really good thing for us, and a lot of opportunity, and I think still a lot of growth through the store. So we're employing somewhere around 15 people with the store. Kind of the core management of the store would be my mom, brother, and sister. Jake, you saw in the video. My dad has a large part as far as big picture things with the store and the decisions that are going to be made. As I mentioned, we have a 10-acre corn maze that starts up in early September, and at the end of October it turns into a haunted corn maze. So we've had the fortune of working with Quick Trip and Anheuser-Busch and other local companies that have been actually our design inside the corn maze, and so it's been a really good thing for us. So right off the bat, you know, cheese curds were a big hit. so we ship our milk to Dairy State Cheese in Wisconsin Rapids, and they're known for having fresh cheese curds every morning on the table, and so we knew that we wanted to include that in our store. As we got into it, for a couple of reasons, we decided to make our own cheese curds. One, we were unsure if we would always have fresh cheese curds available to us. Two, we wanted to kind of put our own stamp on it and have that uniqueness again for people to be able to come in and grab those curds and see the cows. And so we made the decision in 2021 to go ahead and make our own cheese curds. And so we just installed a small cheese plant actually in our existing milk house, and are making today about 100 pounds of curds per day, fresh curds. We take it right off the pipeline from the robots, so it doesn't get any more fresh than that. And so like this time of year when it's our busy season, we maximize the batches that we can in our cheese vat. If there are any leftover cheese curds, they'll be battered and frozen, and then we sell them as deep fried curds in the store. So it's been a really good thing for us. We sell them as flavored curds as well. And certainly there will be more opportunity down the road if we expand into whether it's string cheeses or maybe some specialty cheeses. So a little bit about farm tours. We saw it as an opportunity to teach the public more about agriculture. I mean, not only is it great to have people out on the farm and let them see, but you know, what gets said a lot in our industry is that if you don't tell your story, somebody else will fill the void. And so I think, you know, twofold, it's an opportunity for us to set the record straight and say, here, our doors are open, come on out and see what we do. And so especially to get kids and school groups out there and give them a good impression, I think it's very important. So we typically do about an hour tour, take a lap through the barn, see the calves. We have a small petting zoo. We have a tractor and wagon, and everybody gets a ride around the farm. In the fall, they get to pick a pumpkin, and so I think it's really been a good thing for our community. And as I talked a little bit about before, we have, you know, we're trying to expand in our agritourism. So one thing has been this funny farm, and you can kind of see as it was in construction here this summer. We've added like a jump pillow, an old combine that was repurposed with a slide, and it's really been a big hit, you know, to have people on Friday, Saturday, Sunday to come out, you know, to the country per se, and to be able to let the kids enjoy that stuff. I think there's a lot of opportunities there to even go further with that. So. And just a little bit about community involvement. You know, we're open to hosting meetings and events. We've had the June Dairy Breakfast several times now. Part of that is our county, just dairy farms in general, the numbers have been shrinking, and so there's been opportunities there. Farm Tech Days was a once-in-a-lifetime experience. It was really neat to host that. We did that again with our neighbors, neighbor farmers, and it was a pretty neat experience. And I think again here ultimately it's filling that void, having people be comfortable with who we are as a dairy farm community, and just showing them what it's like.
In 1995, when my dad purchased the farm, he decided that his focus was going to be to milk cows. And so from that point forward, he really put an emphasis on high quality milk, high production. About 10 years ago, we were milking about 500 cows, 4X in our double 12 parlor. Parlor was maxed out. There was 2 hours a day for wash time, and that was it. About 6 years ago, we purchased our first Deal of Classic robots. Really loved what they did. In in 2019, we added our first two V300s to a head-to-head two-row freestall pen. And then 2 or 3 years after that, we added 4 more V300s to a 3-row parlor pen. And most recently, we purchased 2 used classics to where we sit today with 10 total robots, 4 classics and 6 V300s. Our goal here on this dairy is to continually improve. And every year we say, how are we going to be more profitable? How are we going to ship more milk if that means being more profitable for us? And you always think, you know, how are you going to do that? It's always a challenge for us every year. Even though we've not grown from a footprint standpoint, we're achieving those goals of continued growth and improved profitability. Our goal with feeding in the robot is to reduce variability, to feed as few pellets as we can until it affects cow throughput. So we started in 2016 with a blanket 8 pounds of pellets. Today we're offering 5.5 pounds of pellets. Buy all of our protein mix, but otherwise all of the forages are homegrown. We went from a PMR to a straight TMR now, so our ration in the parlor is identical to the robots. So going back to reducing variability, making things as consistent as we can, not only for the cows, but for us too, and just keeping it simple. So let's get her nutrition at the bunk rather than through the robot. One thing, you know, even to start with is hoof health. And I think given these environments, with short walks, low stress, a consistent foot bath, I think we're in a far better place today in terms of hoof health than we were in the past when we were a parlor herd. When I think about cow flow, the next thing I really think about is nutrition, because we feel that that's what drives cows to and from the robot. Do all the small things right, comfortable beds, clean litter alleys, quality forage, and I think cow flow takes care of itself. There was a farm near us that was doing somewhere 5,000, maybe 5,500 pounds per robot, and I was like, okay, that's our goal, that's where we're gonna start. And at the time, and it still is, I mean, that's a solid number. Of course, in our industry, that goalpost just gets continued to move down the field. So today our goal, first and foremost, it's 8 pounds of solids per cow, but second to that is 8,000 pounds per robot. We all know how competitive it is, and we are not gonna be able to compete with the economy of scale, you know, that a larger dairy will. It's just not gonna happen. And so that's where we have to find who we are through those avenues. You know, how productive can we be? How efficient can we be? And really hone in on those things. And that goes into this whole conversation. VMS are gonna help us get to that point. There's no doubt about it.
So a little bit about the herd and the cows and the robots themselves. Obviously, you know, part of why we're here today is because the direction that we've taken with the VMS. And I think that's, you know, that's who our identity is now and what it's going to be forward. So, you know, ultimately what we've learned since 2016 with the VMS and with the barns is that we're removing roadblocks or stressors that were in our cows' way previously. You know, so when I look at the big ones, it's moving groups of cows to the parlor, putting them in a confined area where it's you know, hot in the summer, and so things like that. The way that we've changed kind of our mindset on how we handle animals, I think has really taken our farm to the next level. So again, just a little bit on production and cell count. So specifically what we're doing on our farm, the decision was made for sand bedding many, many years ago, that was what we felt was best for our cows and for their beds to lay in. So we're bedding with sand, recycled sand actually. I'll talk on that just a little bit. All of our barns have been converted from natural vents to tunnel vents. Made a huge difference for us. You know, from flies to bunching, that's all been eliminated, and a huge part of you know, ultimately cow comfort. We have several robotic feed pushers now, you know, that are keeping fresh feed in front of the cows at all times. Alley scrapers, obviously in this system, you can't be disrupting cows, and so we've kind of retrofitted our barns with alley scrapers. And another huge pillar is nutrition and high quality forages, more specifically. So again, where we are, we have some really great land that we're able to farm. Everything's under an irrigation, so what that does for us is it gives us really consistent forages year after year, and so that's where in the past few years we've really tried to focus on our feed just as we have done with our cows. So if it's on a per cow basis, well, it's acre by acre, how can we improve year over year? And so some of these you know, bullets here, you know, are some of the ways that we're improving the forage quality that we put in front of the cows. So a little bit about breeding. At some point early on in my dad's career, he made the decision that we weren't going to invest resources in, you know, to house our young stock, to feed our young stock, and so all the young stock was sold, and all of our replacements would be purchased. So for at least 15 years now, we've been purchasing all of our replacement cows. Generally, we try to do, you know, 30 days in milk, 100 pounds of milk, 100 cell count. That's kind of what we've tried to stick to as far as what we purchase. We've worked with similar sized dairy farms and also herd dispersals over the years to find animals, and it's worked for us. I understand that the trend in our industry is fewer heifers, more beef on dairy, and so it may be something that we have to change down the road, and I'm aware of that, but until that comes, we feel like we've been successful with that strategy. So, and even now as we've moved to robots, you know, you need a certain type of udder to fit on the VMS, and I think collectively as an industry, the udder conformation has improved, and so it hasn't been an issue for us. I'd say 70% of the cows we buy are robot ready. So we installed an activity system in 2017, so every cow is collared. We rely heavily on breeding and health through our activity system. All of our first services are bred off of natural heats. Anybody that's anovular will be palpated and put on the appropriate sync program. I think from an efficiency standpoint, I can't imagine farming without a system. It's made my job, you know, my time commitment has drastically changed from having to watch cows, to see cows, to relying more on the system. Obviously, you need to have the core skills for that, but as farms are getting larger, you're not going to have the same talent, you know, that's able to watch cows, and so these are the future, I think, and I've really enjoyed having the system on our farm. All of our calves are sold then as wet calves. Everything is bred to beef semen. So as I said in the video, our goal is to constantly improve, and obviously that, you know, one big way for us is through production. It's been really, really fun for me with the robots to kind of just just tweak things and sit back and watch how the cows respond. And in a way, it's kind of a game for me, because there's so many ways that you can just allow that cow to just go express herself in these pens. And so whether that's through milking frequency or, again, the environment, we really, really like what it does for us. A little bit about our retrofits. So we only have one true guided flow on our barn. If you're not familiar with that, essentially cows, if they got up from their bed, they would have to find a sort gate, which would either allow them into the holding area to get milked. If they don't have permission at the time, they would walk to feed. After they fed, they would make that circle again to their bed. So that's a true guided flow. So our retrofits, which you're looking at one right here, is a head-to-head. So we have two robots in the middle of that pen. And so this would be kind of a modified guided. So cows effectively could, like this cow eating, could turn around and lay down in a bed. She wouldn't be forced to make that loop around the back. So it was kind of a question mark when we went into this project if we were going to get that same flow. And we're really, really happy with it. And so after this was our 2-robot retrofit, we did this in a 3-row. So where you would have another row of stalls on the back side of that circle, and that's worked really, really well for us too. So I'm excited that it gives us options in the future. Right now, I think we're in a really good place. Having those 200 cows in the parlor gives us a lot of flexibility with our cow selection, and we can really optimize the robots at the same time. So just goals for the future. So like I talked about, to be able to find cows, I mean, it all starts with a good cow, but again, I think our genetic pool as an industry continues to follow the same path, and I think there's really good cows, out there for us. And we'll continue to invest in technology. That's been a big part of who we are. I think it's the future. Obviously labor is what labor is, and technology is going to fill those voids. Need to talk about the support team that we have around us, and so we've been fortunate to have great nutritionists, great veterinarians. Even I look at our dealership, Bob's Dairy, that helped us configure these robots and get this all going. It's been a team effort, and we don't have to be that smart. We just need to have smart people around us, and so we have had that, people with the same goals, and even the people on our team that we work with, through this whole process of adding the VMS and moving away from manual milking, we've been able to invest more on our people because we have fewer people. We can spend more time with them, teaching them, and that's what we've done. And we have a great team today that cares about the animals and cares about what we're trying to achieve on our farm. So that's been a residual benefit of this whole deal. So I said that we do bed with recycled sand. So this system's been in place for about 15 years, and ultimately I think it was done out of necessity. We have a very high water table in central Wisconsin, and so earthen lagoon was not an option. Have to have above ground storage. We have a slurry store, and sand and a slurry store don't mix, and so that's why we're separating sand. We have a Dairy Tech sand cannon. We use a pretty coarse grain of sand because we rely on gravity for separation. We also have 2 presses that remove fiber, which helps us improve the sand separation. All of our liquid is then pumped into our slurry store, which is emptied twice a year. Everything is dragline hosed because our land is contiguous. And the fiber portion that we separate, in the last maybe 5 to 7 years, we started composting. Really no place to go with that fiber in the growing months. And so compost was a good way for us to reduce that volume. You take about 2/3 of the initial volume out and condense the nutrients. And so, I think that was our initial goal with the compost. But again, kind of the benefits that have come from that is that it's made an outstanding product to put on our hay fields immediately after removing a crop of hay. But then to this point, we've sold it in bulk in front of our dairy store. But I think there may be some big opportunities as far as bagging it in the future. It's a fluffy, smells like black dirt. It's a really nice product, and so that's where we are with the compost. We purchase about 6 new loads of sand a year, so we're recycling somewhere around 96, 98% of the sand. And at this point, we're letting it drain off for at least a week, and then putting it right back in our beds. So just our labor situation. So mom and dad are still very involved. Mom on the store, plus the book work for the farm. Dad at this point is a coach, overseeing all aspects, but still involved in the day-to-day. My brother and sister are managing the dairy store. I do cows, robots, and employees. We have a longtime employee named Kelly Sankey. Story is he started with us when he was, I think, 13. Dad used to pick him up from his house to milk the third shift and bring him back. And then finally, when he was 14, he started driving himself. And it's a joke. Maybe true. But anyhow, so he does everything but cows. He does a great job with our crops and the equipment side of things. And so, again, employees, so that's a big part of where we've come from. When I came back to the farm in 2013, we had a 9-person team that was doing all the milking. Today we're at 5 full-time employees. We're milking the parlor cows 3X, and then the other half of their shift would be dedicated to the duties that go along with the robots: scraping, cleaning, moving cows.
The VMS have really given us the opportunity to step forward with the industry. Using the same barn footprint, we doubled the milking capacity. It's pretty impressive attachment on the V300. So over the last 5 years, we've continued to retrofit barns and add DeLaval robots to where we sit today with 10 total robots, 4 classics and 6 V300s. Our journey was touring some of these farms, and I think pretty quickly we fell in love with not only the robot, but the environment that goes with the robot, the environment for the cows. We built our first green site VMS barn in 2016. 2 robots, 120 cows. Really liked what it did for us. Still having the parlor plus the robots, it gave us a lot of flexibility with cows. And we knew that was going to be the future for us. So when I think about VMS Your Way, it's extremely applicable to us. And as I just talked about some of the retrofits, being able to configure these barns to fit what exists on our farm it's been a huge breakthrough for us. We've had older barns that had served a useful life that we were able to kind of facelift, add VMS to them, and they're back to being extremely productive barns with extremely productive cows. So the VMS have really given us the opportunity to step forward with the industry, all while maintaining our core goals of cow productivity, milk quality, and overall, high performance. We thought, how could we beat milking 4X in the parlor? Like, we were very productive there. Well, now we have peak cows milking 4.5 to 5 times.
You know, then labor you continue to pay forever, whereas once the robots are paid for, they're free labor.
We've been able to do that too, to give the cow the consistency that I think she craves. The biggest thing that I see when you compare the two scenarios, parlor versus VMS, are you have cows hitting peaks that they likely wouldn't hit in a parlor. And it's milking frequency, you know, but it's also removing roadblocks, removing stressors. It's fun to sit back and watch high-producing cows crave the VMS when they're hitting 5 or 6 milkings a day. I mean, that to me it's huge. You know, to have cows come into the robot, to drop 40 pounds of milk, and to come back and do it again in 6 hours. I mean, when you talk about efficiency and utilization, I mean, that's it right there. The VMS helps us achieve better longevity with our cows because of the system that it's a part of. I'm very happy with VMS because it's accomplished the goals that we set out, you know, to improve upon, which is labor and continued improvement.
The robots are excellent. They're very, very good. I'm glad we did them.
So just a little bit about the robots themselves before we finish up here. So why do we choose robots? We fell in love with the barn, I think the first time we walked into one of these barns, for a lot of the reasons that I explained to you. But we feel like it's the way of the future as far as, you know, how cows are gonna get milked. You know, it provides the consistency that cows crave. It solves a lot of labor issues, and if you're going to be, you know, a large farm, large farm, that's after volume, it might not be for you, but in our case, our niche, you know, we feel it's a really good fit for us. So the other thing that's great about them is that they're modular. You know, they're 60 cow increments, and I think a lot of farms have kind of followed that path, and we certainly have. You know, every day I'm looking, maybe we could put a robot here, you know, and add and change things around that way. So you can really customize what fits on your own barn. And again, robots, all the other things that go along with it, the environment, the cow flow, guided and modified. She moves at her own pace, short walks. So comfortable environment. Just a few of the statistics on our farm. So we're averaging 2.9 milkings per day. I just looked this morning, so like for example, in one of those pens that's doubled up, so with only 53 beds but 2 robots, we're getting 3.3 milkings in there. When you provide that type of environment where there's literally no wait time for her, she walks into the holding area. Those pens are really, you know, reaching their potentials up to 120, 125 pounds in those pens. So that might be, you know, where we shoot for higher milkings. We came from 4X in the parlor. We've believed in higher milking frequencies, so we're seeing some of the benefits there. We started in 2016 at 8 pounds of pellets fed as a blanket to every cow. We've lowered that down to 5.5 where we are today, just trying to remove any variability that the pellet would have and getting all of our nutrition through the bunk. That I think we could probably bring down a little bit more, and as long as it doesn't affect our visits. So 6:45 box time and 38 pounds of milk per milking. As we've gotten more into this, really trying to push that pounds per milking higher, so while still trying to maintain the milking frequency, so having cows carry more milk with them. And it all goes into the conversation of your efficiency on the robot. So we look really closely at idle time on the robot. So how many more milkings could we have gotten versus, you know, are we setting cows back by having them wait? So it's fun again to kind of play with those settings. We love the flexibility between the parlor and robots. And something we've done recently is dedicated a heifer pen just for robotic milking cows. For a lot of the obvious things that we know, but just that whole social aspect of it, I think especially it's amplified in robot pens because you can have, you know, certain cows that'll block the entrance or whatever it may be. So we've seen an improvement on production, but also reproduction in our heifer pens. So I think they mesh better together, obviously. And just kind of how we manage our cows. So everybody commingles at dry off. Everybody comes to the parlor where they get dried off. They freshen together. They spend up to a week, 5 to 7 days, commingled in our post-fresh pen. And then when I feel she's ready to go, she'll find her way back into to another group. And we're able to get those cows in there a little bit earlier because I can really monitor them again with the info that I'm getting off the robot, milk weights, and then again the collars. You know, I get real-time data, and it's very beneficial to us. So what's next for us? Continue to invest in technology, lots of growth through the store, especially through agritourism. We're really grateful for our the support that we've had through the store in our community. I think it's really kind of in a way given us a social license to be doing what we're doing, where we're doing it, so close to town. I can see a lot of growth through the store and on the farm side just to continue to refine what we're already doing through technologies like this. So that's all I have. Questions, if there are any. Thank you guys for your time, De La Valle, for this opportunity, and World Dairy Expo as well. So anything before we conclude? Yes. The question was, have I ever watched a single cow flow through the barn? Does she use the robot at the same time or the same robot? And definitely, you see a lot of that. I mean, we've seen that in the parlor, using the same stall and returning to her same bed. But yeah, definitely you see that in the robot. And like how we've given cows a little more freedom to get into the robot. Yeah, they develop their schedule, and we know that they love consistency. And I think you can really see that more so in this type of setup. Yes, sir. In other technologies going forward? What do we plan to do as far as investment of technology as we go forward? One thing I'm kind of intrigued by, but I don't see the total benefits yet, would be like the camera, the AI type stuff. I think there's going to be a place for that. I don't know enough about it. The other thing that I'm excited about, but it's not yet to our scale, is what we can do with our manure. I think the amount of water that we handle is crazy, and so obviously it's happening on a large scale, but I hope that is something that we can do in the future. So yes. Right now, what's not composted, well, the fiber is composted, and all of the liquids are hosed onto our land, incorporated in the soil. So it's all used on our own land. Yeah. It really starts for me with a good square udder. So if we purchase 10 cows, I take the best, whatever, the best cows that make it to the robot. Early on, there was a little more selection on milking speeds too, but now with this new setup with the double robots, we don't have to be quite as focused on milking speed. But I just want the robot arm to be as efficient as possible. There's very few cows that we have to reject after we've trained them that don't cooperate or can't figure it out. But that's what it starts with for me. Yes. Why did we? ultimately decide on robots and not maybe a rotary or, I think a big part of that was labor. So when I came back from school quickly, I fell into the role of, of managing labor, and we had 9 people. We had 4 of them that were really good that we can count on, and then the 5 were revolving door. And I didn't want to do that the rest of my life, and so at that same time we toured, this other dairy. The Classic was pretty good at milking cows. I mean, it's a good robot, and we said, okay, we can pursue that, and so we didn't want to add more labor. I think was a big part of it. Yes, way back. Good question. What was the transition like from the parlor to the robots, milk drop? It was a very smooth transition, I felt like. We were milking 4X in the parlor. So we had already had that mindset. We wanted to open things up for the cows and the robots, so I think that was a good transition. Production was high in the robots, so when we were making probably 100 pounds a day in the parlor prior to this, we budgeted or ran our numbers at 95 pounds in the robots because we thought, there was a chance maybe that we might take a step back with somewhat lower milking frequency. They quickly matched each other in terms of production. And today the robots are, they're producing more than the parlor. But for about 3 or 4 years, their production and ultimately their energy-corrected milk was the same. Always higher components in the parlor, but a few more pounds of milk in the robots. And we always just felt like that was how we fed the cows for that difference in milk components, adding the pellet in there. But no, I think all in all, it was relatively, I felt seamless for us. So. Yep, way back. The wrinkles that we had when we first started up, I mean, you got to be ready and have a plan. The reality of robots is that they're on their own through the night. You got to be ready for that, to take calls, and you're going to have to deal with that. But I mean, honestly, from a cow standpoint, I think we're in a better place with the robots. So we didn't take any step backwards there. If you were going into it, I really, and I have friends that have toyed with the idea, and I understand the investment that it is. It's something you do for the long haul. It's on a per cow basis. It probably doesn't look as good as a parlor, or whatever, but there's a certain aspect of quality of life that goes along with it. And I think that we're proof that cows can thrive in it, and I wouldn't hesitate to do it. It's real, so. Say that one more time. Yes. What's in our TMR? So really heavy on forage, so we're doing some low lignin alfalfas and BMR corn silage. We're feeding a pretty high portion of whey in our diet. And then a protein mix, which I don't know exactly what's all in there, but high forage and high quality forage, so. Yeah. Backup generators. We have one. We had a smaller generator that we swapped out a few years ago. After we retrofitted all the barns to tunnel vents, it quickly added up in terms of KWs that we needed. So we have a 500 KW that we've actually only had to use once in the last couple of years. But yeah, that's all. The robots themselves, I don't think draw a ton, with the variable speed pumps and that. So yeah, just one. Yeah. Yeah. Sorry. Yeah, in terms of milk quality, that is, if that's one point where I think we could improve upon with the robots. If you look at cow prep in the parlor, I think we do a really excellent job. In the robots, we're not quite getting as dry of teats, as quite accurate of a post-dip, and so we see a little bit higher incidence of mastitis in the robots. And it's a whole different ballgame too, as far as, you know, stall hygiene, whereas you're getting every cow up in the parlor and cleaning them, and so we need to be extra, you know, aware of that in the robots, and so yeah, we're a little bit behind on the robots versus the parlor. Yeah. Good. Yeah, good question. How far do we have to push milk across the farm? So our robots are very scattered. We actually have 2 milk houses and 3 bulk tanks. So one milk house has 2 bulk tanks, and then the dairy store has a bulk tank there that catch 4 of our robots. So I think we're going 200 feet right now. Our goal long term is to be to hopefully be a direct load. So that would push some of our runs up to 500 feet, but I believe De La Valle has the technology to get that done. So I think it's all doable, yeah. Yeah. I'd love to have him come up here and finish that. Bedding routine. So, Grandpa, what do you think about all this? Yeah, I'm sure I can't adequately answer that to see, how far it's come. But yeah, I'm glad that he still pops in and keeps an eye on things for us. Bedding routine. So we bed weekly with a sand shooter on a skid steer. Push all the cows to one side, and we shoot through. We can catch 2 beds from one alley, so that we don't have to push cows back and forth. So, yes. All I can tell you, just because I'm not knowledgeable enough, is that it's a flavored pellet, just a textured, pellet. So, yeah, I don't know. I wish I knew more about what's in it, and we've never experimented with anything. We felt that it's worked for us, and so we've only fed a flavored pellet. Yeah, new employees on the farm. How has it been onboarding them with the new system? So now everybody's got some of the apps, the De La Valle apps with the milking cues and the alarms, and so it's a little more difficult. There's more to have to catch on to with the robots, understanding what the alarms say and being able to respond to them. So I've had to just be way more patient, and sometimes the robot will alarm twice before somebody responds to it. But I guess I just have to be aware of that a lot of our employees have had zero exposure to this before, and fortunately we have one guy now who has a really good comprehension of it, and then he can help. So if there was any advice, I'd say get somebody who takes interest, really make them invest in in learning it, and then they can help with everybody else. So yes. Yes, we do have a monitoring system on our farm. We have SCR collars, which I mentioned we rely heavily for breeding and cow health, and it's made my job, my time commitment much improved because of it. So. Okay, very good. Thank you guys. Really appreciate it.
Thank you again so much for your attendance today and online. We really appreciate you spending time today to learn more about Feltz Family Farm and their dairy store. I love that question that came up in the middle there about robots or rotary. And tomorrow at our Knowledge Nook at 10:30, we'll be able to discuss that more, where we have Derek Josie from TDF Honest Farming and Edeline Dairy coming to talk about why they chose either a rotary, a 50-cell rotary, or 20 robots. So if you're here tomorrow, it'll be right back there at 10:30. Thank you.
Hello everyone, and welcome to the 2023 World Dairy Expo. This afternoon's seminar is What the 2023 Farm Bill Has in Store for Dairy, and it's sponsored by the National Milk Producers Federation. Our panelists today are Pete Kappelman and Greg Dowd. Moderating today's panel is Katie Schmidt. Every 5 years, conversations about the Farm Bill resurface before it heads to Congress to fund farm programs, conservation, rural development, nutrition, ag research, and more. Even with the recent deadline for the 2023 Farm Bill, there are still numerous topics up for discussion and questions to be answered. Today, the panelists will try to provide some clarity, but we encourage audience members to ask questions throughout the discussion. Ambassador Greg Dowd is NMPF's Chief Operating Officer. He will become President and CEO of the organization in January 2024 after being named to the position in June 2023. Before arriving at NMPF, he served as the Chief Agricultural Negotiator in the Office of the U.S. Trade Representative from 2018 until 2021. Before that, he served as the President of the Commodities Market Council, representing commodities exchanges before Congress and federal agencies. He also has served as a staff member for the United States Senate Committee on Agriculture, Nutrition, and Forestry, where he helped draft the 2012 Farm Bill, and as chief economist for the National Cattlemen's Beef Association. Most recently, he worked at Aimpoint Research. Pete Kappelman brings a lifetime of experience to the role of Senior Vice President of Member and Government Relations at Land O'Lakes, Inc. As a successful crop and dairy farmer, along with his advocacy experience and board involvement with many agricultural organizations. Kappelman has been a leader in working with legislators on important ag policy issues, including the Farm Bill, climate, trade, and immigration. He also served as an ag policy advisor to the administration for the United States Department of Agriculture and the Office of the U.S. Trade Representative, and was named Director of the Year in 2018 by the National Council of Farmer Cooperatives. Katie Schmidt is the outreach specialist at the Council on Dairy Cattle Breeding. Prior to her position with the CDCB, she spent nearly 7 years at World Dairy Expo in various communications and marketing roles, including communications manager. In 2022, she was recognized as a 35 under 35 by Wisconsin Farm Bureau for her work founding and hosting the Dairy Show, World Dairy Expo's podcast. Today's training has been accredited by the American Registry of Professional Animal Scientists and Dairy Advance for up to 1 CE credit. Dairy Advance is an online continuing education resource designed to allow dairy farmers and agribusiness professionals the ability to formally track and demonstrate our promise of continual improvement and lifelong learning as dairy professionals. Through Dairy Advance, you can find, track, and report your continuing education. At the end of the training, we will share more and ask that you complete your attendance validation form to secure your credits. At this time, I would like to ask everyone to please silence their cell phones. And Katie, the stage is yours.
Wonderful. Thank you very much, Teresa, and welcome everyone to our Farm Bill discussion today. We are, of course, going to focus on dairy as we are at World Dairy Expo, and I'm quite pleased with our panel members that we have up here with Pete and Greg. So with the introductions out of the way, I am going to ask the gentleman here to give us a little bit more information on your background working with the Farm Bill. What is your history, past experiences working on those bills and legislation over the years?
Sure. So first question, how many of you have ever been to Washington, D.C.? Raise your hand. Oh, well then we know all this.
We're in good company.
We're in good shape. Excellent. So we can kind of advance this conversation. So when you go to Washington, D.C. and meet with your senator, you meet typically with their personal staff, their staff that deals with issues in Wisconsin or in Kansas, as the case may be. So in 2011, 12, and 13, I worked for Senator Pat Roberts from Kansas, who was at that time the ranking member, in other words, the head for the Senate Ag Committee on the minority side of the equation, as one of his committee staff. So what many of you may have not ever met a committee staffer, and so this is where this is important is, so you have each, as a committee staffer, which is what I was, you have the trade title, you have title 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 of the Farm Bill. So it's conservation, commodities, crop insurance, trade, nutrition, and you have pretty much one staff person that handles each one of those titles. And so committee staff only belong to the chairperson, which in this case is Debbie Stabenow today of the Senate Agriculture Committee, the minority or the ranking member, which is John Bozeman, the senator from Arkansas on the Senate side. So you have committee staff, 2 on the Senate side, and the same on the House side, ranking. So you have 4 different committee staffs. And what ends up happening is those 4 committee staffs write the Farm Bill, each title, and they work, the House Republican and the Senate Republican will have a lot of meetings together. And for months and months and months, every day, they're meeting with specific people dealing with specifically the trade title or specifically the conservation title. And so I was the guy that dealt with the trade issues and the livestock issues. I did not deal with dairy, but was the guy that we wrote the 2012 Senate Farm Bill that, and this is important for you to remember, became the 2013, and then eventually, finally in 2014, we got it done. So, sorry for all that, but that kind of gives you some context.
Yeah, and Pete, how about for you?
So from my chair, not a lot of the direct work with the Farm Bill, but more of the lobbying, right, the voice of the producer. So I think for me, this will be my 6th Farm Bill that I will have been on representing producers through different boards of directors, 24 years on the Land O'Lakes Board of Directors, National Milk Producers Board of Directors. And by the way, it's a thrill having Greg coming on as the new CEO at National Milk. You'll be the 4th CEO that I'll have the chance to work with at National Milk. And that's no reflection of a quick turnover, right? Because Mulhern's been there 10 years and Kozak, I think 15 before that. So I'm just old, right? I'm just,
Okay.
You've been around the block a few
dirt,
times.
Dirt was a great invention when we came up with it, right? So been around a few times. So engaging from the producer side, it's always important to make that voice heard and known, and the number of producers, the number of farmers, the farm community keeps getting smaller. So our voice has to get louder. And our farm organizations, our co-ops, our trade associations are a great way to work through that.
So can I divulge just for a second here?
By all
So
means.
there's an important guy here that we should talk about between us, and his name is Trey Forsyth. Who is Trey Forsyth? Well, Trey Forsyth worked for you at Land O'Lakes. I stole him away to be my personal assistant at USTR when I was the chief ag negotiator. So he was in charge of dealing with me for 2 years. Then he went back to Land O'Lakes, and now he left, and he is actually the dairy guy on the Senate Ag Committee for John Bozeman. So it's pretty cool to have a guy that knows the dairy industry and the ag industry very, very well, who is now the guy on the Senate Ag Committee working on the Farm Bill.
Yeah, we definitely need those guys and gals in those spaces. So
he is
that's
outstanding.
fantastic. Yeah, great person to mention. So let's focus a little bit on the historical context. Obviously, the group here is engaged, has been out to DC, which is great to see. But let's think historically, including 2020 or 2018 improvements to the dairy safety net. So let's kind of focus on some of those historical pieces that we need to be aware of going into this 23 Farm Bill or this discussion.
Well, sure. I mean, let me talk a little bit about the 18 Farm Bill. I think, going back through time, it was merely a generation ago, like, literally like the 96 Farm Bill, that we were using terms like the Northeast Dairy Compact, right? Anybody remember that term? And that in '02 then morphed into MILC, Milk Income Loss Contract, right? So that was kind of a build off of the Northeast Dairy Compact, because that compact had some weird stuff going. It had to be contiguous, and it was legislatively a mess. But then ultimately in 2012, 13, 14 Farm Bill, we got the Margin Protection Program put in place, which really went away from their Dairy Price Support Program, got rid of Dairy Price Supports, got rid of MLC, and put in a Margin Protection Program, which is that risk management piece that producers, I think, have always been looking for. Now, it didn't quite work like the way we wanted it to in that 14 Farm Bill, but that's where 18 came in with dairy margin coverage, and really we fixed a lot of the issues. And we're at the point now where, I mean, and this year, thank goodness, right, it's in there. Now, when you think about the impact, we've got 17,000 farmers in the U.S., dairy producers signed up for dairy margin coverage, which is 60-some% of the dairy producers in the country. And average, so through 7 months, through the July payments, the program had paid out $1.1 billion to producers, an average of $66,000 per producer through July. And the August payments were bigger. September, we're going to see smaller ones, thank goodness. But the risk management piece is working, and that's that important piece for that first 5 million pounds of milk. But then after that, we've got those RMA programs, those crop insurance type programs like DRP and LGM Dairy that are helping producers with risk management. So I would say for dairy producers coming off of 18, we made some really good strides through the years, and 18 got something pretty close to what we wanted. And
so the only thing National Milk is actually requesting in that regard for the current Farm Bill is the reference period for pricing of that was 2011, 12, and 13. Mm-hmm. And we're just saying, okay, take that and update it and use 2019 so we're more current and up to date in terms of how we're doing that. And that should help a little bit in terms of, as you go forward in the future and use the program. But other than that, I think the thing works pretty well.
It works pretty well. You'd like to naturally tweak it a little bit, but I think dollars are going to be a challenge.
So you want to talk about dollars or all that now or later? I don't know, whatever you want to do.
Yeah, I think we're going to get there, but
Yeah.
I want to make sure we're not leaving anyone behind in assuming our understanding of the overall Farm Bill. So, Greg, can you cover just kind of the big scope,
okay.
high picture?
So let's lead into the dollar conversation. So I'm going to try to boil this down because everybody's eyes glaze over when people say, oh my God, the Farm Bill is going to be $1.5 trillion over the next 10 years. And everybody goes, well, what does that mean? And then, somebody hears that in the coffee shop and says, the farmers are getting $1.5 trillion. Everybody knows, well, that's not right. What is right and what is the counter to this? So here are the numbers. The SNAP program, food stamps, that we know, is actually 1.2 of the 1.5 trillion. So you divide that by 10, that's $120 billion a year that will be spent on the SNAP program. That is exactly 81.1% of all the money in the Farm Bill goes to not to farmers. Now let's go through the rest of this because I think this is important. Crop insurance is $101 billion, already down to 6.7%, and that's the biggest piece. So the commodity programs are just under $70 billion, 4.5%. So you divide that by 10. So we're talking about $6.8 billion a year for all the commodity programs. Conservation is $60 billion, 4%. We've got another $35 billion in the Inflation Reduction Act, which was, what Biden put in and Debbie Stabenow got in there, was actually really helpful for the dairy folks because there was about $8 billion in that for the EQIP program, which for the livestock industry is really, really handy and important and useful. But here's the key side of this. So when you talk about the research title, the trade title, the energy, all the other things in there, other than the things I just named, that's 1.3% of the Farm Bill. That is less than $2 billion a year.
Right, so much of it goes to nutrition, and then we kind of take the rest that we get and find our little slivers of the pie for the rest of the commodities and for the farmers.
So here's the context of the Farm Bill is they're saying, well, we're doing it as revenue neutral, which means no increase in the budget baseline. We won't get into all this baseline stuff, but in other words, you got to do it with the same amount of money. Well, if you want a new program, then you got to take the money from somewhere else, and it isn't going to be food stamps. So you're robbing Peter to pay Paul in the conversation of, well, we'd like to update this or do this or do this. And that's where it gets really, really difficult. Farm bills are not partisan, typically they are not partisan political conversations, folks. They are regional fights.
Or commodity.
Between commodity
fights,
between
yeah.
senators and commodity groups in terms of how you divvy up what's left over of the pie.
Yeah, okay. Well, let's catch up to speed with where we're at today with our 23 Farm Bill. We obviously passed the deadline on September 30th.
We did.
We have a functioning government, though, so we'll take that as a win for last week.
For 5 weeks.
Right, temporarily at least.
Functioning. I think you have to be careful how you use the word function.
We have a funded government.
Funded.
So let's kind of cover where we're at. What's the state of the Farm Bill of today, and where are we headed?
And why are we not in crisis, right?
Sure, yeah.
So part of it is that crop insurance piece is permanently funded, right? So no concerns there. Well, what about nutrition? Well, that's funded through approps, right? So we got to get the government funded for, and guess what? We're not going to let that lapse, right, as a society. Conservation.
Contracts, so that's taken
Yep,
care of.
contracts, yep. So then you're down to some commodity programs like PLC and ARC, AgRisk,
Yep.
I don't know, ARC, let's call it ARC.
Yep, PLC and ARC.
And DMC, right?
Right.
And those are funded through the end of the year. So that takes us to that, what the press loves talking about as the dairy cliff, right? And why is that important? And it's kind of fun to talk about every 5 years because you get to talk about something that could happen but really won't, shouldn't and won't, I don't believe. So what does that mean? Well, in the 38 and 49 farm bills, which I was not a part of, yeah, I was in college at the time. They established, they thought there's certain commodities that our society should not live without, right? It's important to protect the production of those commodities. Milk was one of them. So they said, we're going to create a permanent law that creates a safety net for milk. Let's just use milk, for example. The other ones would be wheat and rice and cotton and corn, I think. But let's use milk. And so they said, let's take an example, or let's use the 1910 to 1914 years, average price, income or inflation adjusted, and you've heard the word parity, maybe not a lot in the last 5 years, but 5 years ago you did. So let's say they said that USDA will support the price of milk at 75%, or I'm sorry, 75% of parity, which was that 1910 to 1914 price index, so to speak. So what every farm bill since then has done is it suspends that permanent law, right? So the current farm bill overrules it. When a farm bill expires, you go back to the permanent law because Congress thinks that we should still protect those commodities at risk. Well, if you go back to that formula, and Congressional Research Service did this summer for update for Congress, people serving in Congress, the 75% of parity price for milk going back into that formula would calculate to currently a price of $50.70, not 15, right? 50.70. Now, before you go out and buy a digester and build a new parlor and all that, right? Let's think about that. Well, nobody wants the price of dairy products to triple in the stores, right? I think I know it.
So let's be clear.
I don't know what
it
trade
dictates
would
the
happen in
government
trade.
buys it at that price.
They have to. They have to buy
it at that
They have to buy enough butter, cheese,
Yeah.
non-fat, and whey in order to get the farm gate price up to $50, right? So then you're going to put it somewhere, right? So this will not happen. But ultimately, that's the cliff, right? We seem to be good at getting up to the edge of the cliff without ever really going over the cliff.
But this is a very important point. Why does Congress do it this way? It forces Congress to write a farm bill because of this. Because if you just had a reauthorization, we've been waiting to reauthorize the Commodity Futures Trading Commission for now 12 years. They just keep kicking the can like they do on everything else. The fact that we need to update a farm bill every 5 years, we all know why. This forces them to do it because this is not a viable option.
Or extend.
Right, or extend, right. And so that's the situation we are in right now. So I'll kind of give you an update of where we are. So we've had all of these meetings. What the staff has done is put pen to paper, and what they're really doing is going through and amending the law. So it's Microsoft Word, deleting and inserting. You've got the lawyers that have made the changes. It has taken longer than usual this time around because every time you make one of those changes, you have to submit the language then to the Congressional Budget Office, and then they give you back, well, if you do that, it costs this much money to make this specific change in this specific sentence. And so you have to collect all that information from the CBO to give to your boss to calculate, okay, every time I turn a dial in terms of making one of these changes. How does the money come out in the end? And so all of this process has gone through to a point where we are just about ready to see, now this is jargon, but it is called the chairman's mark, which means Debbie Stabenow, Senator Stabenow, Chairwoman Stabenow, and then G.T. Thompson in the House will come out to the committee and say, here it is. This is the document for everybody to view, and then they will schedule a committee markup. What is unique about this process is there are many, many members, the vast majority of the members of the House Agriculture Committee that have never been through a farm bill markup. In fact, they've been through very few markups in committee in their lives.
I think half of the House Ag Committee has less than a year of experience
Yes.
on the Ag Committee.
So we're really close. I would say just a couple of weeks away from that critical step in the process. And then it is going to be really interesting to see what the other members say and react and do as their personal priorities and then
regional
yeah,
preferences.
all comes to pass here. So that's kind of where we're at right at this moment.
Okay, so let's talk about that timeline piece a little bit, though, because now we're really kind of working on an end-of-year timeline, to Pete's point with the cliff, right? So what does that mean? Really, where do we go next? Like, what are our next steps moving forward before the end of the year? Well,
you're not going to get it done this year. That's just not possible, particularly considering that you don't have a Speaker of the House. Here's a critical thing you need to know. We need to know who the next Speaker of the House of Representatives is. And the first question U.S. Agriculture should ask the new Speaker is the Farm Bill, or will you please make the Farm Bill a big priority to get done? ASAP, please. And we have to know what the answer to that is. Now, Speaker McCarthy had very much indicated, yes, as soon as we're ready to go, we're going to roll and get this done. I don't know the answer to that. I'm not saying it's going to be a good answer. I'm not saying it's going to be a bad answer. The answer is we just don't know. And until we know that we really can't, it's impossible to answer your question in terms of the timeline. The last thing I would say on this is that, okay, well then the alternative is we have to do an extension. And then for how long and how long that will take, I would simply say this based upon the conversations that I've had and in my 31 years in Washington, D.C., which by the way means I'm of absolutely no value to anyone in the outside world any longer, is that don't just assume an extension is a layup, Mr. Lobbyist. There will be some interesting conversations about how you do that as well.
Mm-hmm.
And
you've got a presidential election year, so you don't want to get too far into that, right? You either want to try and get it, can we get it done, Mr. Speaker, can we get it done ahead of the election season, or it goes past the elections, right?
And the honest answer, just frankly, we don't know. It's not, this is not a good question. It's an impossible question to answer today.
Fair enough. We were talking before this that everything's kind of a moving puzzle piece still. It's
But
very...
with appropriation, I mean, I don't know what there's kind of a deadline for appropriations, right? Because there's a little bit of a cliff, so to speak, there for the year end. But I don't know that there's any window that's going to allow discussion of a farm bill between appropriations and year end.
That's absolutely right.
Sure. So I'm going to go back to the funding part because we wanted to make sure we touched on the pieces of the pie that we do have in the farm space outside of nutrition, right? So are there new dollars at play? Do we see anything, or is it really all shifting of dollars within? Is there that adjustment, right? And what kind of impact are we seeing from those Inflation Reduction Act dollars?
Grasshopper.
Teach me your ways.
This is where it is really interesting, even for people like me that have been through this. So there is $34.7 billion in conservation spending that Chairwoman Stabenow has specifically earmarked for climate issues in the Inflation Reduction Act. There is money there. The interesting thing about that money, though, that it only goes through 2026. It is not longer period.
Right.
So you don't, in theory, can't necessarily deem it as having baseline that you could then, in theory, shift over to the agricultural programs and in other words, move it around. Could it be done though? Yeah, I think in theory it could. But then it gets into this conversation of Senator Bozeman has very different ideas for that money than the chairwoman does. And I'll let you take it from there in terms of then what happens if you can't agree on how to do this.
Yeah, I'm not sure I can carry that ball, right? but you know, it seems reasonable to us that getting it into Farm Bill baseline under conservation title would be an easier lift, right? A lighter lift. And there's a lot of work that agricultural producers, farmers, I'm so using the corporate speak now, right? Let's just use the word farmers, right? That there's so much work of funding opportunity available through conservation dollars that can really benefit farmers. We think about NRCS, for instance, right? I mean, there's a lot of dollars for NRCS. They don't have the staffing for it, right? But there's dollars available there, dollars available for manure management, for agronomy, crop management, like feed production, right? There's just a ton of dollars that help us in the conservation space, in the greenhouse reduction space, because we've got the net zero initiative, which is greenhouse gas neutral by 2050, right, that the dairy industry subscribed to. And we can do that, right? But farmers can use matching dollars through conservation to help us get there. And by the way, there's dollars coming back through carbon credits to producers, and there's opportunities all the way from the soil, all the way from what you're doing out on the growing feed, feeding the cows, how you feed the cows, which cows you're feeding. In other words, the genetics can make a big difference alongside of manure, right? And instantly, farmers, dairy producers tend to go to a digester, right? Well, not necessarily. There's a ton of greenhouse gas savings that are done through simply separation, which really, frankly, makes it a lot easier to manage manure from your end, because now you've got solid and liquid, and it's easier to pump the liquid, and it's easier to haul the solids, which are higher phos out to the further fields. So there's a lot of benefit to bumping up the conservation title of the farm bill.
But back to your original question,
Sure.
$34.7 billion, I think is what it is, through 2026, is the only money we have to play with here. Everything else, at least the way it stands today, has to stay flat.
So let's talk about where those dollars are going. What are some of the big issues that we're pushing for in the Farm Bill, priorities that we're looking to accomplish from a dairy perspective?
Okay, well let's answer the big kahuna first. So the commodity crops want to increase their reference prices for ARC and PLC. Mm-hmm. And that makes sense because they're well below where the markets are now. But the CBO score says, you know, they come back, the green, as Senator Roberts called them, the green eye shade guys, came back and said, oh, if you want to do that, that costs you serious money in a hurry.
It's expensive.
Very expensive. And so then you're like, okay, well then what else is down the list a little bit? And one of the interesting things that is down the list, and this is again where it gets interesting, is export market development funds. Foreign market development, market access programs. So these are the monies we spend through the U.S. Dairy Export Council to promote U.S. dairy exports overseas. And of course, I've worked for the wheat industry doing this, U.S. Meat Export Federation. That's been most of my career working in all of this. And in fact, this summer, I testified in front of the House Ag Committee on this subject. Do you realize that these export market promotion programs have had the same amount of money spent on them for 16 years? They've been flat. No increase. Mm-hmm. Yet U.S. ag exports have gone for, in that 16 years, from probably something like 50 or 60 or 70 billion to last year, $196 billion. Every dollar you spend in those programs, you get return as a taxpayer of like 20 to 1. And so why shouldn't we be spending more money on that? Now here's where it gets interesting. Secretary Vilsack has said, you know, we could probably tap the Commodity Credit Corporation. to do some of that. And of course, historically, that's been taboo, not allowed to do that, but it was actually the Trump administration that broke the seal
Started tapping it for other
to do
purposes.
that, for other purposes, for the first time in history.
I'm thinking it's a little bit of a kind of a stash, right? A bank account
No.
that you can use for special
It's
purposes.
not a bank account. It's actually, Pete, something very interesting. It is one of two places in all of the federal government. The other place is through the Pentagon, where you can tap the U.S. Treasury without congressional authorization. It is very, very unique. And that's where me as the former staffer, I'm really sensitive about it. You want to be really careful there. But the answer is, you know, if you decide to do it as the U.S. government, you could potentially, to answer your question, maybe find some money there. So how's that?
We'll take it as an answer. Yeah. Okay, so I do want to, in case there's somebody sees a big elephant in the room and it's labeled nutrition, when we think about that,
Right,
81%. Pete, what should we know about that one?
Well, you know, it is that 81%, right? And it's the big kahuna there, a part of the Farm Bill. Now, there's as long as I've been going to DC and involved, there's always a question of why should we deal with this? Why don't we separate it, right? It's really, to some people it feels very separate issues. And but it turns out that growing food and feeding people are related, right? They're kind of tied together. And by the way, with the number of Congress people serving in Congress, senators and representatives that understand something about agriculture, and given the percentage, the 1%, right, that are feeding the 99%, we can't afford to have that be separate. I think in 2014 or 13, I guess it was, I think there was a move to separate, but then came back together. Am I correct in that? And we can't pass a farm bill without having that conversation. I've been in offices in D.C. where you tend to send farmers to offices, the friendly office, right, the hometown office, the constituent. A couple of years I said, look, I need to go and spread the gospel, right? So I went into congressmen's offices from the Bronx and from East LA and from the south side of Chicago and talked about Farm Bill and helped explain that tie and why it was important that the 99% understand how the 1% function and that food security really is national security. We don't see it that way in this country because there are very few hungry people. There might be malnourished people in our country, but not a lot of hungry people, right? Like in 2/3 of the world, where you have one big problem when as a parent, as an adult, is feeding your family, right? So we don't see necessarily food security as national security, but we see that around the world.
So here's how you do this. Senator Roberts did this once, and he was masterful. And there's a segment in the Farm Bill called the McGovern-Dole food aid program that feeds school children in third world countries. It is just a fantastic program. Senator Roberts went around to all the Democrats and said, Senator McGovern is doing this and you should sign on to this. And he went over to all the Republicans and he said, Senator Dole is doing this, you should sign on to this. And he has a document with 100 US senators signing on to say we're going to do McGovern-Dole in the Farm Bill. That's the nexus here, and why nutrition programs and farm programs are together in the Farm Bill. That's the coalition. That coalition was built actually back in the 70s by Senator Dole, and it's the only way you do this, folks.
Sure, and we want to talk about involvement, and we're going to get all of you involved in just a second, but as people leave Madison this week, or as we go about our daily jobs and our daily lives, Pete, how do you encourage people to get involved in the Farm Bill and in those conversations with the lawmakers?
Well, the short answer is you're either in the kitchen being part of the creation or the mess, whatever you want to call it, right? Or you're going to be on the menu. We are going to be on the menu, right? And it's that simple. And your congressmen, your senators want to hear from you directly. You don't have to know all the terminology. You just have to tell your story, frankly, because of that 1% feeding the 99%. When you think about the federal outlay, federal expense, federal government expense, that farm bill I think is 1.85%, the farm bill. So the farm portion, right, the crop insurance, the safety net, commodity safety nets, is 1/4 of 1% of the federal outlays. I think that's a correct statistic. So it's critical. The fact that the U.S. government needs, should have discussions around farm program safety nets when it's 1/4 of 1%, I think is an easy message to carry, right? And they need to hear from you. You can work through yourself, do it yourself individually, work through your co-ops, work through your farm organizations. And if you don't know, just ask someone, hey, I'd like to get involved, I'd like to get engaged. But we need that voice there. We need to get a farm bill passed as soon as possible. And it's just critical.
Yeah, okay, so I'm a firm believer that the power of having a live panel in front of an audience is giving you all the opportunity to ask questions. So we're gonna open that up if there are questions for these gentlemen up here.
Yes, I did. And I think that's a great comment and a great segue. It seems like the Farm Bill is always the guy that has to cut versus everything else that goes on in Washington. And it seems like within the Farm Bill, the place that when we get right down to it and you get into a big political fight, well, we pick money out of something like the research title of the Farm Bill, which is your forward-looking side of this. And I had a boss in Washington that described it this way, which is something that I'd like to share with you. He said, yeah, taking money from the research title of the Farm Bill is like drinking your rent money in terms of U.S. agriculture. I mean, that's your future. If you don't invest in research, invest in your future, it's going to cost you. And I think, when we have these conversations with members of Congress, as a former staffer up there, we need to remind ourselves and them of that kind of conversation.
And for a nation that's known as a breadbasket around the world, we're now being outspent in basic agricultural research by China, by Brazil, right? We're taking a back seat there, and you can't lead from the back seat.
Unless you're my mom and she's backseat driving for me, but I love her, trust me. Yeah, absolutely.
First one observation, relative to the nutrition program, sometimes you forget an awful lot of that money actually ends up going into agriculture because people are buying food. And so we all benefit from having that. So it's another reason that we should have it together and it's important for everybody, nutrition program. One of my interests is research. You just talked about that. One thing that we're very concerned about is that
It's a question that is always asked. It is a great question, and the answer is, as a staffer, that's a question above my pay grade. You got to ask the boss about things like that.
So, and just so for the folks that are listening online for the live stream, the question's about moving funds, right, from temporary to permanent funding. Am I correct in that understanding? Okay, just so that we can hear.
And a great comment too, right?
It is.
And it's, while we know there won't be much additional funding for research in this farm bill, one of our asks at Lina Lakes has been to go in Congress, in Washington, has been to ask for a study to be done to show how far behind we are, right?
Yeah.
I think we're a pretty competitive nation, right? So I think if we've got the research that shows how we're losing ground, maybe then we have the ability to set up some action for future.
So I'm going to mention just one thing for you here, and I don't want to digress too much. So I was actually the guy that negotiated the ag portion of the China Phase 1 agreement. It was a year of my life, 33 negotiating sessions. One of the 57 things that we got in the agreement, only 1 or 2 are not done, and one of them is on biotechnology. The reason China didn't want us to do what we wanted them to do on biotechnology, they were trying to catch up. And we knew they were trying to catch up. Here's the punchline. This fall, for the first time in China's history, what have they told their Chinese farmers? It's okay to plant biotech seeds. For years and years, all these years, they've told them, don't plant them, it'll kill you, they're poison, blah, blah, blah. Now they're saying, go ahead and plant them. Why are they saying that? Because it's Chinese technology. Surprise, surprise.
Yeah, absolutely.
So if we assume that DMC ends at the end of the year, if we assume that we're still at a margin level that you're seeing, what would be your guess on how the program would be administered, continued, what would the future of that look like beyond the first year?
Yes. We would have to, at some point here, maybe not on January 1, but presumably I would say prior to maybe April 1, we would have to get an extension.
Yeah.
And again, the question for folks live streaming that can't hear in the room, questions about DMC payments, assuming that they still need to be in function because the margins are tight.
I think well, first of all, you don't have FSA staff, right?
Right.
So there's no one there to process it to begin with, assuming there's no government funding. But I think historically there's been a catch-up. I think that's what you would see would be a catch-up in payments.
Yeah. It would get sorted out eventually, and you would not be short-changed in theory on it, but things are not easy to predict right now.
But would that be possible if the fund bill wasn't passed?
But you'd still, if it would be under current law if you extended it, if you did an extension. Yeah.
80% of the funds go to the food stamp program. Why doesn't 80% of the criticism, controversy, go over that portion of it? Like that, that's critically and possibly
So question is, with nutrition holding so much funding, 80% of it, why is the criticism not on that portion of the farm bill versus what we're talking about today, correct?
And now we're going from policy to politics, I think.
Yeah, and I think the answer to that is as a lobbyist and a person in Washington, that's a constant conversation that you have with members of the media and new members of Congress. And so I think, people trot that out when they want to be ornery, but most people understand that in today's world. I think internationally, years ago, we fought that quite a bit. When I was at USTR, we went to the WTO because we were getting still a lot of criticism about our domestic support programs, our ARC and PLC, by China and India and elsewhere. So our government did something very interesting, and I was actually the guy that got to go to the WTO in Geneva and hand the piece of paper to the minister to the WTO in India and say, actually, we looked at your own websites, and what you said to the WTO that you're subsidizing your farmers on, in reality, it's about 8 times that. And we provided that to everybody else in the world, and all of a sudden that criticism went away as well.
Okay, well, people
Surprise.
are thinking. Oh, go for it, Jeff.
Two questions on the nutrition title. Gentleman brought up spending, but all conversations I've heard, it seems to be quite a battle with respect to nutrition. Just there's several people out in the Congress that want to cut the spending, not give any money anywhere else, but cut spending. What's going to happen with creating the nutrition title? That was passed through several times to do that. And the discussions on dairy, it seems like we're all in too much agreement as to what to do with the program. Are there going to be any other battles within the other commodities?
We've had that battle several times in the last couple of farm bills, and that's why the bill hadn't passed in the House the first time through. Senator Roberts over in the Senate, when he was chairman in the last farm bill, said we're not doing that. He procured 86 votes for the farm bill last time around, the highest vote for a farm bill in the history of the United States. And that sent a pretty clear message back to the House saying, that's not how you're going to do this. This is the way this is going to work. I predict that's how it'll play out again, but you still have to go through the process.
Oh, I agree. No disagreement.
Okay, well, people are considering some questions. I do want to ask, there's been obviously hearing sessions and listening sessions happening as we prepared for the Farm Bill, for the write-ups and all the pieces we're waiting to see still. What have been some of those big topic points that the legislators and you guys have been hearing that people are concerned about?
Dairy specific or?
Let's start there, and then we can diverge if we need to, if there's stuff we need to cover.
Well, I think the higher of conversation is one thing that will be discussed.
That'll be settled either, I think, through the federal order hearing process, which I think it's fair if there are no questions, there probably ought to be on the what's going on with federal order hearings. But that could be one of the pieces that moves in a farm bill if that were to move quicker than the federal order hearing. By the way, we're in day 29, I think, of the federal order hearing. So speaking of things moving quickly, that's not one of them. And we still got, I don't know, 10 days left. So at any rate, I think that the higher of moving, Congress changed from higher of to the average of 3 and 4 plus 74 cents for the class 1 mover. Congress made that choice, that decision. So there's feelings that Congress could also then revert back to, but it's also been a part of the federal order hearing process. One of the proposals National Milk brought forward. The other piece we should mention that we need in the Farm Bill, which the whole dairy industry agrees on, right? I mean, I was at the American Farm Bureau Dairy Summit last October, which had representatives from co-ops, 200 producers in the room, dairy producers in the room. We had processors, we had economists in the room, and the agreement was we need better data when we talk about make allowances. Because this is the really, I hear a lot of comments, spending most of my life as a dairy farmer, listening to farmers, as a board member, right? Hear a lot of comments about, gosh, federal milk marketing orders are complicated, and I don't know, are we getting to the point where we maybe don't need that? And my message has always been, look, they are complicated, right? I thought I understood them 28 years ago. It turns out I knew about that much, and now I realize what I don't know, right? I keep learning more, realize there's more I don't know. But they are so critical to the success of the dairy producers. There's like 20-some commodities that are covered by federal marketing orders. Most of them are vegetable or fruit or nut commodities, specialty crops. Dairy is called out, and dairy is called out because of its unique properties, right? Its perishability, its importance to our country, our youth, right? Schools, and orderly marketing is really important. As a corn grower, soybean grower, you can market whatever percent of your crop, deliver it wherever you want, any day of the week. Do it twice on Sunday. Don't do any for a month. You can call your own shots. When you're selling milk, you got to know where it's going to go. You got to know who's going to pay you, right? And that part is really important. And the really neat part about federal orders is producers are in charge of regulating the processors, right? And producers get to vote on federal orders. They vote them in, they vote them out. So there's a lot of aspects to federal orders, price transparency, reporting, the make allowance, right? So we need that make allowance survey. We need to know what plants, that every plant that's making one of the 4 basic commodity products, non-fat and butter or cheese or whey, right? We need to know what their costs of production are so we can set the make allowance appropriately. We don't have that complete data. We need mandatory, we need audited data. So that should go in the Farm Bill. But the rest of we need that. I think legislatively, it has to work legislatively. It can't work through the hearing process. But that federal order hearing process, it's moving slow, but it's so critical to the industry.
So there's common food names. We need some, help our trade negotiators when we're negotiating deals. Been involved in that. We've got the issue of whole milk in schools, and I think there's a huge groundswell to do some things on that. So they're not major issues here in terms of a farm bill in the dairy industry, other than continuing our risk management, having some continuity there, and I think we'll get there. Like anything right now, the sausage making, when you pull back the curtain, is pretty ugly these days, folks. Don't look at that, but we will eventually get there.
Yeah, one more question.
It seems like in the last 5 years, there's been more wrong with supply
So the question is about supply management in the Farm Bill.
I haven't picked up, and I'm familiar with your issue. I was the guy that negotiated the terms of USMCA with Canada and dairy. One of the most complicated things I've ever done. But Ambassador Lighthizer learned, we taught him dairy, and he was amazing in the negotiating room, because that was actually one of the issues that he dealt with at his level. We kind of teed up the mechanism, and then they weren't going to agree. I mean, they took this all the way to the top, and he did an unbelievable job with it. And I think there's a clear understanding that that's the way forward in our dairy industry, is to grow. And to do that, it's the export market. There's great opportunity there. I'm going to answer that question this way, and I've traveled all over the United States and around the world the last 2.5 years since I've left government. I've given over 60 presentations, and here's the punchline, ladies and gentlemen. If you look out over the next 10 years and the supply of protein, meat, dairy in the world, the supply comes nowhere near meeting the demand. And if you look around the world, whether it's New Zealand, Australia, Europe, etc., where else in the world are we going to make more meat or more dairy? And the answer is, there's really only one place. Here, North America is it. Let's go. Let's get it in gear, folks. The opportunity for us here in the dairy industry, our better days are ahead of us. We've got enormous opportunity here. We don't need to control supply. We've got this tiger by the tail. Let's take off after it.
And I wholeheartedly agree. I don't think there's any legs legislatively to get anything, but we're actually in a version of supply management right now, but through the commercial industry, right? Because make allowances have not provided for the expansion of processing like you would have liked to have seen. I was in California, working in California in the 80s when there just was a wall, a tidal wave of milk coming at limited processing, because they were mostly class 1 at the time, and they needed to advance beyond bottling. And there was raw milk going to New Mexico, raw milk going to Idaho. They were just sending raw milk out. I mean, if you were a trucker, you were doing well, right? So they, in their state order, increased the make allowance such, now it was at the price, right? This is dividing the pie, right? What percent goes to the processor, what percent goes to the producer. And they increased that make allowance. They got processing. They built process. It's what built the California industry to what it became through the 90s and the early 2000s. And we've neglected the make allowance changes in the federal order pricing for the last
23 years?
23 years.
Well, no, you did make one
2008.
change in 2008, 2009.
Yeah.
That's right.
So we need more processing. So as a result, right now, the limit to growth is where can I get my milk processed, right? So we got basically shackle space in the dairy industry right now.
And I will say that coming in from the outside, this is my 5th week on the job. I think National Milk has done an unbelievable job of building consensus in the industry on this issue. They spent over 100 meetings, 2 years, everybody trying to figure out what's the right answer to this riddle. And I think they've done a really good job of building consensus on this. And I think, you know, this is part of the hearing process here, and we'll see how it goes.
Okay, so we have about a minute left, and I want to leave everybody in a space where we're looking ahead. Can you just give us what to expect moving forward with the Farm Bill? What, if we can expect anything, what should we be prepared for, I guess, maybe?
Well, I don't know. I think we've talked through it, right? That space after appropriations and before the end of the year, which I think won't be much of anything. So I think it's natural to, I was going to say if I were a betting man, but I spent most of my career as a dairy producer, so I am a betting man, right? But I would bet that we'll see an extension. The question is for how long? Could we get it done like in the first 3 months of the year? Or do we need to do like a year extension to push it past the presidential election?
Yeah, so sometime middle of December through January, there has to be an extension. For how long? It's it's impossible to say right now. And so that's about as good as the crystal ball gets us at the moment. And in the meantime, we'll see the committees and the chair and ranking member of both the House and Senate continue to do their work. Here's the punchline. Getting a farm bill, we'll get a farm bill. But there's a big difference between having a farm bill and passing a farm bill.
Fair enough. Fair enough. Well, hey, I appreciate your guys' time today, and thank you everyone for joining. I'm going to turn it back over to Teresa here.
Thank you, panelists, for your discussion on what the 2023 Farm Bill has in store for dairy. A special thanks to the National Milk Producers Federation for sponsoring this seminar. As we mentioned earlier, today's training is accredited for up to 1 Dairy Advance credit. Dairy Advance allows you to track your continuing education credits in one location in an easy-to-use format. Your Dairy Advance attendance sheet is in your proceedings. Take a moment to complete and turn into us in the back of the room. A valid email address is required to enter your attendance into the system. I hope that everybody enjoys their visit to World Dairy Expo. Please fill out an evaluation on your way out. Thank you all.
suyo, allá uno me dijo que es de Ecuador, de Chile. ¿De dónde me dijo usted que era? De México, pero no de México que viva acá, no, vinieron derechito desde allá para este evento. Y ha venido gente de todo el mundo entero. Así que qué bueno que estén acá. Gracias por compartir con nosotros esta tarde. Mi nombre es Elsie González. Hoy vamos a estar hablando de cosechar alto rendimiento en sus equipos de trabajo lechero, o sea, en su gente. Ustedes han escuchado o saben, conocen de ranchos, de granjas lecheras, que tienen una reputación impresionante, ¿no? Buena, una reputación excelente, que todo el mundo escucha de ellas, porque todo el mundo sabe que producen trabajos de calidad, que los empleados que trabajan allá están allá porque les gusta, porque quieren, porque les gusta trabajar allá, que no se quieren ir, que cuando uno va a visitar esas granjas, aunque no haya avisado que va, uno entra por la puerta y uno se da cuenta de, ya veo por qué es que esta es una de las mejores granjas que hay, porque está perfecta cuando uno llega para que cualquier visita llegue en cualquier momento. Y así operan todos los días. ¿Sí? Yo he tenido la dicha de trabajar con ese tipo de granjas lecheras. Así que durante el tiempo que he estado trabajando con ellos, he notado que ellos tienen varias cosas en común. Los managers, me refiero a los managers, a los gerentes de nivel medio, a los dueños, ellos tienen todos ellos varias cosas en común, que son como 10 a 15 cosas diferentes. Pero como el tiempo está limitado, pues vamos a hablar de 5 de ellas nada más hoy. ¿Está bien? Vamos a empezar entonces acá. Esto sirve acá. Vamos a empezar. Miren esto, lo entrené y al rato lo encontré haciéndolo mal. ¿Suena familiar? No. Bueno, entonces les tengo otras acá por si acaso. Le pedí que tuviera los corralitos listos para los becerros nuevos y no habían. Estaban poniendo los dobles y 3 en un corralito. Es un buen trabajador, pero es lento. No tengo tiempo para hacer mis cosas porque siempre estoy haciendo el trabajo de los demás. Le dije cómo hacerlo, pero parece que le entra por un oído y le sale por el otro. Mira esta última. Es como si no le importara. Esas son algunas de las poquitas cosas que he escuchado a veces con gerentes de nivel medio que están frustrados porque qué normal es escuchar a veces, que tanto pasa que uno le explica a un trabajador algo y uno va luego al rato y lo encuentra haciendo lo opuesto a lo que le dijo que hiciera o que no lo haga, ¿no? ¿Alguna de estas es familiar para ustedes? ¿Alguna de estas oraciones de acá? Levanten la mano. ¿Quién ha escuchado o ha dicho algo así? Uy, todos. No, esto no pasa. ¿Suena familiar? Pues por supuesto que sí. Es por esto que con la gente que trabajo en mi programa de Strong Dairy Teams, que es cuando le ofrecemos un programa de liderazgo solamente para las lecherías y sus equipos de lecherías. Generalmente tengo un grupito ahí de los gerentes que pueden ser 5 o 6, algunas granjas más grandes tenemos hasta 10 a 12 gerentes de una sola granja, ¿no? Y yo empiezo esa reunión, haciendo una actividad donde escogemos a una persona que va a jugar el papel del dueño de la lechería. O sea, por ejemplo, lo voy a escoger a usted, Francisco, veo acá, Francisco. El grupo, que es el resto de ustedes, digamos, escogió a Francisco para ser el encargado, digamos, ¿verdad? El encargado. Ahora, el encargado generalmente recibe direcciones del dueño de la finca, ¿correcto? El que está encargado de un grupo recibe direcciones del dueño de la finca y su trabajo es ¿qué? Decírselas al resto del equipo, ¿sí o no? Y que lo hagan como se quería hacer. Bueno, el dueño de la lechería le dice, esto es lo que necesito que haga. Y el gerente de nivel medio le va a decir a sus empleados. ¿Bien? Y todo sale perfecto. Ahora, en esta actividad que hacemos al principio, yo le voy a dar unas indicaciones al gerente de nivel medio. ¿Sí? Esto es lo que necesito que usted haga. Va a ser ese sándwich, como le llame, el emparedado o sándwich de crema de cacahuate usando 3 galletas. Ese es su trabajo. Ahora usted se va a encargar de que todos los demás trabajadores hagan ese sándwich de crema de cacahuate usando 3 galletas. Simple, ¿no? Es lo mismo que usted hace todo el tiempo. Y estas son las instrucciones. Primero, usted va a escribir un protocolo para que su gente lo haga. El protocolo va a llevar paso por paso, va a ser claro y va a ser específico de cómo hacer ese sándwich con 3 galletas, ¿sí? Después hay que seguir el protocolo, ¿no? Usted le va a decir entonces a los empleados y ellos lo van a seguir. Y el tercer paso, usted va a verificar que sí lo hicieron según el protocolo. Hasta ahora estamos bien, ¿correcto? Fácil, ¿no? Bueno, usted ya escribió el protocolo. Bueno, usted lo va a escribir, ¿no? El jefe, se fue. Y se queda el gerente de nivel medio y empieza y piensa y piensa y piensa y piensa. Y empieza a escribir. Paso 1, paso 2, paso 3. Miren qué juiciosos. Y mientras tanto, yo agarro acá de mi cajita y agarro las galletitas y la crema de cacahuate y los cuchillos y las servilletas para el reguero que me hagan y los paso por el grupo y lo entrego, ¿sí? Mientras el gerente de nivel medio está pensando el protocolo. Cada cual tiene sus materiales, ya él sabe cómo tiene que quedar esa galletita, ese gerente de nivel medio, y ya escribió el protocolo. Esto pasa en la reunión que hacemos en la granja, así mismo, ¿sí? Bueno, esto es un ejemplo real de uno de los que obtuve de una reunión. Paso 1, pongo un poco de crema de cacahuate en una galleta. Paso 2, ponga otra galleta encima y cierre el sándwich. ¿Vamos bien? Paso 3, ponga más crema de cacahuate encima de la que cerró. No voy a dar opiniones todavía, voy a seguir leyéndolo. Paso 4, ponga otra galleta sobre esa para cerrar el sándwich y que le queden de 3 galletas. ¿Lo estamos siguiendo? Ya él escribió, eso fue lo que él escribió, suponiendo. Gerente de nivel medio ficticio. Bueno, ahora manos a la obra. Él le va a decir bla, 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 esto es lo que tenemos que hacer. Ya. Y le empieza a decir, esta es una foto real, creo que está por acá ese señor o no, o de su rancho. Él le va a empezar a decir qué es lo que tienen que hacer y empiezan a trabajar, a trabajar, a trabajar, a trabajar. Todo el mundo va a hacer, todos ellos ahorita están haciendo los sándwiches de galleta con crema de cacahuate con las instrucciones que le está dando el que está acá, que es su gerente. ¿Sí? Bien. Bueno, alguna gente se demora 10 segundos en hacerlo y ya. Algunos se tardan 2-3 minutos, que hay que decirle ya está bien, es solo una galleta, son 3 galletas y es crema de cacahuate. Unos hacen un reguero que no es normal, pero luego muestren sus sándwiches. En este caso teníamos 6. ¿Qué podemos notar ahí? ¿Qué notamos? Diferencias escucho por ahí. ¿Diferencias grandes o diferencias pequeñas? Es relativo, ¿verdad? Vamos a hablar de eso ahorita. ¿Será que a la persona no le importa hacer buen trabajo? Porque miren esa de allá. Siempre hay uno que es bien creativo, que es que hace algo de más, pues por ayudar, pero se pasa de colaborador, ¿verdad? Es romper el protocolo de todas formas. Recuerde una cosa. Si algo este ejercicio nos enseña, que no lo pudimos hacer acá, ¿verdad? En este salón, es que la mayoría de las personas quieren hacer un buen trabajo. La mayoría de las personas quieren hacer un buen trabajo. Solo necesitan instrucciones claras, instrucciones específicas. Y así hay algo que los gerentes de nivel medio exitosos saben, es que la mayoría de la gente sí tiene buenas intenciones. No llegan a trabajar, hoy lo voy a hacer todo lo peor que pueda. No, nadie llega así a trabajar. Por lo menos la mayoría de la gente no. Es mínimo lo opuesto a eso. Bueno, pero miramos un poquito aquí. Hay tantas cosas que se podrían hacer diferentes, pero nos vamos a enfocar por ahora en una. Allá arriba dice, pongo un poco de crema de cacahuate en la galleta. Un poco. ¿Qué es un poco? Bueno, miren lo que es un poco en el lado de acá y miren lo que es un poco en el lado de allá. un poco, o como algunos dicen, un chin, un chispito, un tricito. Un tricito de comida para uno es un tricito de comida, para otro es el plato entero, ¿no? Bueno, ahí se los dejo. Miren la diferencia entre un poquito y un poquito. Esa es la diferencia entre cuando uno le dice a alguien que haga esto y la persona hace, ay, le di para atrás, que haga esto y la persona hace eso. Ahora, ¿esto se parece a lo que pasa en las granjas lecheras? ¿Es similar a lo que pasa en las granjas lecheras? ¿Cuántos de ustedes acá son gerentes o tienen algún tipo de posesión de liderazgo o le dan instrucciones a otra persona? Levanten la mano. ¿Cuántos de aquí entrenan? ¿Todos? ¿Alguien más acá que tenga alguna función de entrenador? ¿Sí? Hay más, ¿verdad? Que están tímidos así. Muy bien. O sea, ustedes saben que esto pasa, ¿sí? Aunque haya protocolos, porque muchos de los que levantaron la mano sí trabajo con ustedes y sí hay protocolos escritos, sí, pero pasa a veces que lo que uno dice y lo que se hace es diferente. ¿Sí? Ahora, vamos, esto tiene mucho más que ver. No tan solo de que no se sigue el protocolo, esto es más profundo que eso, porque tenga una cosa en cuenta, se usa diferente cantidad de recursos y diferente tiempo. ¿Quién va a gastar el pote o la jarra de mantequilla o crema de cacahuate más rápido? ¿El que pone así o el que pone la cucharada entera? ¿Quién la va a acabar más rápido? Pues obviamente el que ponga más, ¿no? Y eso de pronto no estaba en el presupuesto, gastar 100 jarras de crema de cacahuate, ¿sí? Aparte, toma más tiempo hacerlo. Si toma más recursos, puede tomar más tiempo. No tan solo eso, sino que esto se extiende a diferentes y a todas las áreas de la lechería. Pasa en los establos de becerros. Cuando uno ve 3 personas que alimentan becerros, allá algunos de ustedes trabajan alimentando becerros, ¿verdad? Y pasa a veces que un alimentador los alimenta de una manera y otro alimentador de otra. ¿Sí o no? Algunos le echan más grano y otros le echan menos grano. Algunos le cambian el agua cuando toca y otros dicen, así está bien, aguanta hasta 2 días más. También pasa con los protocolos de ordeño, ¿no? ¿Por qué será que a veces al turno del día le alcanza a ordeñar todas las vacas que tiene que ordeñar a tiempo y al segundo turno se quedan a mitad siempre dejan 2 grupos o 1 grupo y medio? ¿Suena familiar? ¿O no les alcanza a terminar a pasar las vacas por el baño de patas? ¿Por qué será? Moviendo vacas y muchos otros ejemplos más, ¿no? Volviendo a los becerritos, cuando se acabe el químico de lavar las botellas muy rápido, porque este trabajador le echa un chin, pero ella también le echa un chin. Esto sí lo he visto, que le echan la taza entera, una taza entera, en un galón de agua, cuando la receta dice 3 onzas por 1 galón de agua. ¿Pasa o no pasa? Sí pasa, aun cuando haya protocolos escritos. O sea, no es lo mismo lo que se dice y lo que recibe la otra persona. Ahora, cada vez que hacemos esta actividad de las galletas, tenemos el mismo resultado, que lo que dice el encargado y lo que hace la gente es diferente. ¿Familiar o no? Recuerde que la mayoría de la gente quieren hacer un buen trabajo. ¿Solo necesitan qué? Instrucciones claras, direcciones claras. Bueno, ahora, los gerentes exitosos son específicos en lo que piden. Específicos en lo que piden. Le voy a explicar esto un poquito mejor. Estas son las 4 cosas que vamos a hablar sobre el tema de ser específico y vamos a entrar en detalle cada una de ellas. La primera, asignan fechas límites claras. La segunda, dan instrucciones claras, las tareas que se van a completar y para cuándo. Evitan la ambigüedad. ¿Qué es ambigüedad? Algo que quiera decir, algo que la gente puede interpretar diferente, algo que usted crea que es una cosa, pero otra persona pueda creer que es otra. Y establecen objetivos que puedan medirse, o sea, metas que se puedan medir. Vamos a empezar con la primera. Situación real. Voy a una granja que no vamos a mencionar el nombre y el gerente frustrado me dice, le pedía nombre ficticio, Manuel. Le pedí a Manuel que empujara la comida a cada par de corrales. y no la empuja, tengo que hacerlo yo. Y le pregunto al dueño, ¿cómo le dijiste a Manuel? Y me dice, le dije, empuje la comida cada par de horas durante el ordeño. Empuje la comida cada par de horas durante el ordeño. ¿Qué es par de horas? Para mí son 2 horas. Allí vi a alguien que hizo, nunca. Puede ser cada 3 horas, puede ser cada la mitad de las vacas. Bueno, no diga esto, ¿verdad? ¿Qué hacen los gerentes altamente exitosos? Ellos son específicos con lo que piden. Le sugerí a este gerente, trate algo diferente. ¿Qué tal si le dice exactamente, como lo que está haciendo no está funcionando, ¿verdad? No lo está empujando. ¿Qué tal si le decimos que le empuje después de, ¿qué corral es el que quiere que le empuje? Y me dice, bueno, el 7 y el 9 y el 11. Bueno, vamos a decirle, necesito que empujes la comida después de traer el corral 7 al ordeño. Luego, después del 9. Luego, después del 11. ¿Funcionará eso? Es más específico, ¿sí? Ahora no cabe duda que es después del 9. Ahí no hay que ser creativo, el empleado no tiene que ser creativo porque es después del 9 y ya. Y después del 11 y después. No importa qué hora terminen el 9, pero después del 9. Bueno, son específicos. O sea, cuando no les funcione a veces lo que están diciendo, busquen alguna manera de ser más específicos en lo que están pidiendo. Y esto es algo que hacen los gerentes exitosos de estas granjas que les estoy hablando. La otra, pongan fecha límite claras. Ponga una fecha límite para lo que pide. Todo tiene fecha límite, ¿ves? El alimento tiene que empujarse de nuevo antes de las 10. ¿Se puede así? Por ejemplo, el alimento tiene que empujarse después de que traiga el corral 7. O los corralitos se van a lavar justo después que termine el ordeño. No le diga, lavé los corralitos esta semana, ¿no? Porque después pasó la semana y nunca se lavaron. Justo después del ordeño. O lo que sea que vaya a decir esta semana. O de aquí al jueves, ¿no? Sé específico con lo que pida. ¿Se puede hacer esto o no? Se puede poner en práctica, ¿verdad? ¿Sí? No escucho. ¿Sí se puede? Bueno, se puede tratar eso, ¿no? La número 2, dan instrucciones claras. Vamos a hablar de eso ahorita mismo. Dan instrucciones claras. Otro caso de la vida real. En otra granja que no hay que mencionar. Este fue el dueño, me dice, tengo un problema con nombre ficticio, Manuel. Tengo un problema con, allá hay alguien que se llama Manuel. ¿No? No es Manuel, ningún Manuel que yo conozca, me lo inventé. Bueno, tengo un problema con Manuel. Problema con Manuel. Porque le digo que tiene que hacer todo lo que esté atrasado y no lo hace. Y yo estoy pagándole a un empleado extra los jueves. En vez de 4 por turno hay 5, 1 extra para que haga todo lo demás que no se ha alcanzado a hacer. Esos detallitos que no se hacen, pero no está haciendo nada de eso. De nuevo, ese fue el mismo caso de los corralitos. Están sucios los paneles, no los ha armado, no ha movido la paja, no ha lavado esto. Bueno, la lista de cosas enteras. Listo, y le pregunto, bueno, señor, ¿cómo se lo dices a Manuel? Solo para entender. Y él me dice lo siguiente. El día que hay 4 personas en el turno del día, quiero que hagas las cosas que están atrasadas. Lo voy a leer de nuevo, mire. El día que hay 4 personas en el turno del día, quiero que hagas las cosas que estén atrasadas. Atrasadas. Lo que está atrasado, pues puede ser diferente para el señor allá que para la señora acá. Porque para mí es prioridad que esté limpia mi cocina. De pronto para mi esposo que está por allá sentado, pues no es tanta prioridad. Se ríe. Bueno, así que sigamos. Le comento, dígame una cosa, señor. Le digo al dueño, ¿cuáles son esas cosas que usted quiere que Manuel haga? Bueno, me hizo una lista. Dije, ¿cuáles son 5 o 6 cosas? Hicimos la lista de esas 5 o 6 cosas que él quiere que Manuel haga. Y le digo, ¿qué tal si? Entonces le damos esa lista y le decimos, estas son las cosas que yo quiero que usted haga. Yo no se lo digo, ¿no? Mi trabajo es facilitar y ayudar a tener estas conversaciones, pero eso le toca ahora ya al dueño decirlo. Listo, él me dijo, bueno, tratemos eso. Y él le dijo, estas son las cosas en las que quiero que te enfoques el día que eres la persona extra en el turno. Y le di una lista, tenga, se lleva la lista. ¿Funcionó? ¿Qué usted cree? No funcionó. No funcionó. Regresé al otro día porque vive cerquita de casa, ¿no? No funcionó, le dio la lista, le la dio, así tenga la lista, no funcionó. Bueno, entonces, ¿de quién fue la culpa que no haya funcionado? Y le voy a dar un poquito de historia porque es real, lo que pasó en esta granja. ¿Qué pasó? Me comenta él que es que él tenía que mover paja del almacén donde tenían la paja molida a los corralitos, tenía que usar el ski loader con la pala y esa misma hora la tenía que usar regularmente otro trabajador. Entonces estaba ocupada, no, estaba ese equipo ocupado y el trabajador, Manuel, pues no se ordenó de manera que se ordenó de manera que todo lo que necesitaba lo tenía otro esa misma hora, en resumen. Ahora, ¿de quién es la culpa? ¿De quién es la culpa? De nosotros, del gerente, del encargado. Sí, la culpa es de nosotros. Casi siempre la culpa es de uno, primeramente. Pero sí, ¿sabe por qué? Porque nosotros estamos esperando que este trabajador tenga este tipo de razonamiento ejecutivo, que no todo el mundo lo tiene. Hay gente que es muy hábil coordinando cosas y itinerarios. No todo el mundo tiene esa habilidad y nosotros estábamos esperando que esa persona lo hiciera sin saber si lo podía hacer. Entonces, ¿qué hicimos? Hicimos algo diferente. Lo que hicimos fue que hicimos una lista, lo mismo, pero le pusimos horarios de cuándo iba a empezar. Por ejemplo, 7:45, lava esto. 8:50, hace esto. 10 de la mañana, hace lo otro. Y ahí hicimos una lista de lo que tenía que hacer. ¿Qué usted cree? ¿Habrá funcionado ahora? Él le dio la lista y sí funcionó. Él le dijo, estas son las cosas en las que quiero que te enfoques el día que eres la persona extra en el turno. En esta hoja están las tareas que vas a estar haciendo con la hora que empieza. Y sí se las explicó y se las discutió. ¿Y saben qué? Sí funcionó. Para decirle que lo tratamos como 3 veces antes, diferentes formas, hablar, porque uno siempre habla, pero eso no quiere decir que la gente va a entenderlo igual. Por eso es importante poner esas cosas en escrito también. Y si igual no funciona, si no le da tiempo a la persona, porque no se puede organizar o algo bien, hágale un schedule usted mismo. Póngale las horas que usted quiere que haga las cosas, porque usted sabe cuánto se toman las tareas en hacer, ¿sí o no? Usted sabe cuánto se toma lavar los bebederos, por ejemplo. ¿Sí? Pues ahí póngale y añádale un poquito más, porque no lo va a hacer tan rápido como usted de pronto. Pero ponga las horas y los días. ¿Sí? Bueno, otra cosa que hacen los gerentes de nivel medio, que son altamente exitosos, para ser específicos, es que evitan la ambigüedad. ¿Qué es ambigüedad? Bueno, que pueda tener más de una interpretación, que cada persona lo ve diferente. Por ejemplo, limpio o sucio. Y algunos de ustedes ya han escuchado que he explicado esto otras veces. Limpio o sucio. Usted, lo que es sucio para usted, de pronto es limpio para él. ¿Sí o no? Usted lo encuentra que está sucio, pero él dice, no, si esto está limpio. ¿Pasa o no? Pasa. ¿Cierto o no? Y viceversa. O sea, ahora lo mismo pasa con limpio y rápido. Limpio y rápido, ¿no? Si esos cubos están limpios, ¿no? El pasillo está limpio, pero usted va y está, usted va y está sucísimo, ¿no? Lo mismo. Un gerente exitoso no usa palabras así que sean ambiguas, que puedan tener diferentes significados, ¿sí? Él más bien lo enseña. Enseña qué queremos decir con limpio, o sea, cuál es la expectativa. Por ejemplo, si las camas están sucias, él le va a enseñar cómo son las camas sucias. Y si están limpias, así es que se deben ver las camas limpias. Por ejemplo, uno se lo lleva allá y le enseña, y esto es un ejemplo, ¿no? Varias camas tienen estiércol. Hay que sacar todo el estiércol con la pala de mano. No deben haber camas así como esta después que usted limpie el corral. No deben haber camas así cuando las vacas regresen del ordeño. O sea, usted le está enseñando lo que es limpio o, en este caso, sucio. ¿Sí? Se puede enseñar lo que es limpio o sucio. Un ejemplo allá cuando yo trabajé con la señora allá, que era la que estaba encargada antes, la que era dueña antes de su rancho, que ella fue una de las que me entrenó a mí. Yo me acuerdo de cuando ella me enseñó a lavar las botellas de las becerritas, ella no me dijo tienen que quedar limpias. ¿Sabe lo que hizo? Esto no lo había pensado decir, pero como usted está aquí me acordé. ¿Sabe lo que hizo ella? La señora, ¿sabe de quién le hablo? Me llevó allá y me dice, mira, así se lavan las botellas de los becerritos. Y fue conmigo, la lavó, le lavó arriba, la lavó adentro, la viró, le lavó la partecita de afuera abajo, ¿no? Que también se le acumula mugre, con el cepillo, la estregó por afuera, por adentro, la enjuagó varias veces, le quitó, le echó el desinfectante, la puso a secar y me dice, ¿y la vas a poner a secar aquí? Porque aquí es que le fluye el aire y cuando se termine la vas a desinfectar con esto. O sea, ella me lavó varias botellas solo para enseñarme cómo se lavaban y cómo se tenían que ver al final y cómo hacerlo. Yo, wow. No había duda de lo que ella quería decir con limpio. No había duda. Así que por eso es que allí se hacen las cosas como se hacen, ¿ves? Bueno, eso es un ejemplo. Ahora, lo mismo pasa para evitar ambigüedad entre limpio, sucio, rápido, lento. Cuando le decimos a la gente, él es bueno, pero es que es lento, no trae las vacas a tiempo. El corral de espera está vacío mucho rato porque él no trae las vacas a tiempo. Él no trae las vacas a tiempo. Bueno, ¿qué tal si en vez de decirle que es lento, que es rápido, eso es relativo? Uno se va con él, mira, y me fui con uno de los trabajadores allá, vamos a ver cómo es que mueve las vacas y vamos a ver qué podemos hacer para asegurarnos de que se mueven de la manera más eficiente. Y no tan solo él, sino como lo hacen los demás corraleros, ¿verdad? No tan solo él, ¿sí? Por ejemplo, intentemos moverlas así para que se le facilite más sacarlas y no tenga que dar tantas vueltas. Vamos a tratarlo así, porque tampoco hay que atacar a la gente. Le dice que lento usted, o no lo haga así, no. ¿Qué tal si lo intentamos juntos? Vamos a tratarlo así. ¿Qué tal? En vez de decirle tienes que moverlas más rápido, vamos a ver cómo lo hacen. Muchas veces es que empiezan por el lado que no es el que usted lo haría, ¿verdad? Un lado equivocado. Y por eso se atrasan más. O como alguien que trabaja, uno de los mejores gerentes lecheros con el que he trabajado, él le decía, muchachos, miren, así debe quedar el filtro. Y cada vez que teníamos una reunión le llevaba los filtros. Le decía, guys, muchachos, chicos, así deben quedar los filtros. ¿Quién ha trabajado con él? ¿Alguien lo conoce? Levante la mano. Ah, ese lo conoce. ¿Quién más lo conoce? También. ¿Han trabajado con él? Ay, aquel también. Sí. Perfeccionista, le llevaba los filtros. Bueno, otra cosa que ellos hacen es que establecen objetivos que puedan medirse. Por ejemplo, ya hablamos del ejemplo que a veces alguien me dice, es que es bueno, pero es que es lento, no trae las vacas a tiempo, la sala de espera está vacía, cosas así. Situación real que pasa en varias lecherías con las que trabajo. Y lo primero que yo hago cuando pasa eso es, pues observo cómo es el ordeño, observo cómo trabaja el corralero y le sugiero, después que es el número de vacas, ¿qué tal si ponemos más o menos una hora de a qué hora tiene que estar entrando cada corral? Que usted tenga una idea de más o menos a qué hora debe estar entrando cada corral y que la gente se le explica esto y ahora nos adaptamos el protocolo para eso, para ajustarse a eso. Y la mayoría de las granjas con las que trabajo, como le digo, sí tienen eso, tienen algo parecido a esto. Y este fue uno que hice para un rancho hace poco. Le dije, bueno, por lo mismo, porque a veces terminaba el primer turno y le quedaban 2 corrales, pero habían días que los acababan y habían días que les sobraban 15 minutos más después de haber lavado y todo. ¿Ves? Debe ser lo más consistente posible. Lo primero, miren, ¿qué tal si ustedes llegan a las 5:45? Lo mismo, eso es lo mismo de siempre, les digo. A las 6 de la mañana ya tiene que estar la primera vaca entrando a la fila del ordeño. Eso quiere decir que el corralero, ¿cuánto tiempo antes tiene que ir a buscar las vacas? Depende cuán grande sea, lo que tengan que caminar, 10, 15, lo que sea. Va 5 minutos si queda ahí al ladito, para que las vacas ya estén ahí. Y por ahí, para que tengan en cuenta, muchachos, por ahí a las 6:45 deben estar ordeñando el siguiente corral. Y así ellos tienen una idea y se mantienen en schedule, como dicen, en el itinerario. Y esto es algo también simple, que esto uno lo hace pues teniendo en cuenta el número de vacas que hay ahí, el tamaño de la sala de ordeño. Y así tenemos, como les decía, un objetivo que se pueda medir. Porque si no le decimos rápido, lento, tienen que haber ordeñado ya más vacas de esas a esta hora, pero ¿cuántas vacas, cuántos corrales? A la 1 de la tarde, ¿qué corral debe estar ordeñándose? O deben estar terminando, ¿sí? Bueno, por ejemplo, medidas para mover ganado. Como les dije, ¿a qué hora debe traerse cada corral? ¿Cuánto tiempo debe tomar cada corral en ordeñarse? Ahora, no tan solo eso, porque uno no le puede dar a ellos una lista, un número y sígalo y ya. ¿Funciona así? No se le puede dar una lista y ya, ¿verdad? Pero ¿qué uno hace? Mire, uno lo acompaña con lo que mostramos anteriormente. Venga y me los llevo atrás y les enseño movimiento de ganado eficiente. Porque muchas veces eso también hace la diferencia, ¿no? El que mueve el ganado de cierta forma o empieza por allá o los mueve muy alborotosos. Mostrarles cómo moverlos. Y también muchos de ustedes, para monitorear eso, la rapidez, por ejemplo, en que se maneja el ordeño, pues enseñarle a la gente los protocolos adecuados dentro del ordeño, que se sigan y también revisan los reportes de ordeño. ¿Quiénes aquí revisan los reportes de desempeño de la sala de ordeño? Donde salen las vacas por hora, el tiempo que la unidad está conectada, las vueltas por hora. ¿Quiénes de acá revisan eso regularmente? Levanten la mano, ¿sí? Ellos le sacan hasta la raíz cuadrada a eso, ¿verdad? Lo miran, pero todito al detalle. ¿Por qué? Porque esos números son indicativos de cómo está trabajando la gente. Es un número que se puede medir, que se puede lograr, que uno le dice, mira, estas es cuántas veces yo quiero que ustedes entren vacas en este lado. O estas son cuántas vacas por hora nosotros queremos que ustedes ordeñen. Y ellos monitorean cómo va para cada uno de los turnos, ¿cierto? Para cada uno de los turnos, hoy, mañana y pasado mañana, y los comparan. Y si hay algo que no esté bien, de una vez hablan con ese turno, ¿sí? O sea, pero tienen que tener medidas, porque si no, tienen que apurarse más. Pero apurarse, y el que está allá adentro que dice, pero si me apuro todo el tiempo, es que no lo ve. Bueno, dar objetivos que se puedan medir, ¿sí? Esto es sobre ser específico. Fechas límites claras. Instrucciones claras con fechas para completarla, y si no funciona, hágale un itinerario, día, hora. Trate todo lo que pueda. A la larga, lo que usted quiere es que los protocolos se sigan, ¿sí? Evitar la ambigüedad, no diga cosas que puedan significar diferentes cosas, y establezcan metas y objetivos que puedan medirse. Ahora, de estas 4 cositas que hay aquí, ¿son cosas que se puedan hacer? ¿Sí o no? ¿Se pueden hacer? Esto no requiere ningún cambio extraño. Ahora, un granito ahí extra, funciona en la casa también. Funciona en la casa también, así que también lo pueden aplicar en la casa. Bueno, otra cosa, esa la dejé en inglés, ¿verdad? Otra cosa que hacen los gerentes altamente exitosos es que su entrenamiento es intencional. ¿Han escuchado esa palabra? Intencional. ¿Qué quiere decir intencional? Que tiene un propósito, ¿verdad? Que lo hacen con un propósito, ¿no? Ahora, un ejemplo para hablar de ese tema. Este lo he escuchado, no, este no lo escucho tan seguido, pero de casualidad lo escuché en una charla el otro día de alguien con quien yo no trabajo. Es un dueño de granja con el que no trabajo, pero me pareció interesante. Él dijo, lo entrené por 2 semanas, igual que a todos los demás, y todavía no puede trabajar solo. De nuevo, lo entrené por 2 semanas, igual que a todos los demás, y todavía no lo puedo dejar solo. Todavía está de extra. ¿Qué pasa ahí? ¿Cuánto dura el entrenamiento en sus granjas? Para alguien nuevo, digamos, que va a ordeñar. ¿Cuánto dura? Alguien que me diga algo. 1 semana. ¿Y allá? ¿Cuánto dura un ordeñador solito, uno nuevo? ¿Cuánto tiempo los entrenan? 5 días. ¿Y usted? 1 semana. ¿Y si en 1 semana todavía no? Bueno, pero voy a añadir ahí una notita extra. Si en 1 semana todavía no, pero es responsable, le está echando ganas y va mejorando cada día, ¿lo sigue entrenando otra semana, 2 semanas más, 1 mes? ¿O lo corre? Depende de qué. Pero no se sienten. Muy bien. Muy bien. Bueno, él está hablando en el caso de que a la persona no le guste el trabajo. Eso es un punto excelente. Mire lo que él dijo. Él dice, bueno, yo le pregunto primeramente si le gusta el trabajo, ¿ves? Porque si no le gusta, ¿verdad? De pronto por eso es que no le está yendo bien, ¿ves? O sea, no tan solo ahí lo corremos ni nada, ¿no? Ahora, mira, igual que a todos los demás. Pero hay otra cosa también ahí, igual que a todos los demás. ¿Usted cree que aquí hay varias personas? ¿Cuántos de ustedes tienen 3 hijos al menos? 3 o 4. Ahí está, 3 o 4. Y los 3 son iguales. Los 3. Siempre hay uno que es bien aplicadito, bien estudioso. Ese no hay que mandarlo a estudiar. El otro que hay que darle por la cabeza para que estudie, ¿no? El otro que pues es bueno, pero no es que le guste. ¿Sí? Hay de todo, hay de todo. Así mismo son los trabajadores. Entonces esto hay que tenerlo en cuenta, ¿sí? Tengan eso en cuenta, que el entrenamiento tiene que ser intencional, tiene que tener un propósito, y eso es entender que todo el mundo es diferente, así como sus hijos todos son diferentes. sus trabajadores todos son diferentes. Pero aquí estamos asumiendo que son responsables, quieren aprender, ¿sí? Ahora, usted tiene que entender que todo el mundo aprende de manera diferente. Y no voy a entrar en detalle en esta parte, pero para los que no han estado en alguna de mis charlas, ¿no? Brevemente acá, varios modos de aprendizaje. Por ejemplo, hay gente que le gusta aprender así como ustedes, en un grupo. ¿Sí? Que aprenden bien así en un grupo porque les gusta estar con un montón de gente. Hay gente que aprende escuchando, hay gente que aprende mirando, hay gente que aprende haciendo las cosas, ¿sí? Escuchando que alguien le diga algo, viendo. Por eso pongo esta foto aquí porque miren qué importante es. Y aquí, mira, aquí hay uno que está por allá también. Mire qué útil es que uno está hablando algo del ordeño y traerse una máquina de ordeño, traerse ese cubito que le pusimos pezones, mamilas para simular, ¿verdad?, la vaca. Traer el cepillo que usan para limpiar las ubres, los pezones, ¿no? Traer cosas porque hay gente que aprende viendo, hay gente que aprende haciendo las cosas. Entonces nosotros queremos enseñarle a todo el mundo igual cuando no todo el mundo aprende igual. Hay gente que aprende hablando. Ese es el que después que lo explicamos le decimos, venga para acá, y ahora usted le explica al grupo. ¿Por qué? Pues porque le gusta escucharse uno de ellos, que le gusta que uno de ellos le explique, y además hay gente que uno sabe que aprende repitiendo lo que escucho. Y así como dije que hay gente que aprende de modo social, hay gente que aprende solitario, son los que le gusta mucho leer, por ejemplo. Ahora, eso no quiere decir que todo el mundo aprenda, que cada persona, aprenda de un modo en particular, sino que predomina un modo de aprendizaje. Ahora mira hay alguien por aquí que está ahí también, levante la mano. Voy a decir algo bueno, no se preocupe, míralo allá. No sabía que iba a estar acá, ¿verdad?, antes de que la hice, pero el señor Moisés, por ejemplo, según lo que yo he visto, porque aquí es que uno tiene que notar, ¿no? El modo lógico es el primordial para él, es el principal. A él le gusta saber el porqué de todo, ¿cierto o no? Le gusta la lógica, los números. Allá en la charla de hace un ratito, que el veterinario puso la curva bimodal, él estaba mirando y preguntando sobre la curva bimodal, y yo dije, me acordé que había puesto esta foto. Pues claro, porque le gusta ver la lógica de las cosas, entender, le gusta, mira, la lógica, el razonamiento, ver números, ver reportes, ver procedimientos paso a paso, le gusta tener las cosas en listas, en cronogramas, le gusta saber el porqué. Esto no quiere decir que no aprenda de otros modos, sí, pero para él es importante entender por qué hace lo que hace. Ahora, de pronto aquel que está allá, ejemplo, ¿no?, porque no es cierto, de pronto aquel que está allá, él es excelente trabajador también, pero él no le interesa mucho escuchar todas esas razones de por qué ni todos esos números, porque eso lo confunde y no le gusta, pero es buen trabajador, llega a tiempo y hace buen trabajo, ¿ves? Así que es importante entender cómo la gente aprende para que nosotros podamos enseñarlos así. ¿Suena familiar esto? Que hay gente que usted sabe que aprenden de cierta manera. O sea, tenemos que ser creativos, tenemos que ser consistentes en entrenar, proveer diferentes modos y ser sobre todo intencional, ¿sí? Proveyendo diferentes modos para que diferentes personas puedan aprender el mismo concepto. Enseñarles filtros y cosas así. Acuérdense que al final lo que queremos es que lo que la gente haga sea consistente con lo que tenemos en los protocolos, que haya consistencia en los protocolos que se realizan, que lo que se dice allá sea lo mismo y no diferente a lo que el otro entiende, ¿sí? O sea, que pase esto. Eso es lo que queremos, ¿sí o no? Eso es lo que queremos. Bueno, otra cosa es que ellos hacen las preguntas correctas. Los gerentes muy exitosos hacen las preguntas correctas. Pero aquí no le voy a hablar de lo básico, ¿no? Esto ustedes lo han escuchado muchas veces. No vamos a hacer preguntas que te puedan contestar con sí o no. ¿Entendiste? ¿Qué te va a decir de nuevo? Pues que sí. Eso ya estamos a otro nivel, ¿verdad? Ya eso lo hemos escuchado antes, ¿no? ¿Qué le pregunto entonces? Pues cosas que empiecen, vamos a ir un poquito acá, con cuándo, por qué, dónde y cómo, ¿sí? Como por ejemplo, ¿cuánto grano le vas a poner a las becerras del corral 2? Después que le explicaste. Y ahí ya tú corroboras que la otra persona entendió. Y si no, pues se repite. O, por ejemplo, ¿a qué temperatura tiene que estar la leche para darle a los becerros? Después que ya tú le explicaste, ¿verdad? Ya le explicamos, pero corroborar. Y eso aplica para de lado a lado. Lo hago yo hasta con mi niño después que le explico algo. Bueno, después que aprendí de estas cositas, yo digo, uy, funciona en la casa también. Bueno, a lo que quiero llegar de las preguntas es que un gerente altamente exitoso o efectivo, mire lo que él hace. Él guía a su gente a ser específico. Ya hablamos que nosotros vamos a ser específicos, pero también queremos que los demás sean específicos. Pero ¿y si no saben cómo verbalizar eso y cómo ser específicos? Nosotros le vamos a ayudar. ¿Cómo le vamos a ayudar? Haciendo las preguntas correctas. ¿Cómo lo vamos a hacer? Número 1, y le voy a explicar esto en un ratito, rete las respuestas de sus empleados haciéndole preguntas. O sea, si alguien le dice algo, un trabajador suyo, hágale más preguntas y ya les voy a mostrar. Y número 2, no acepte estimados por respuestas. Aquí está el ejemplo. Nadie quiere hacerlo. ¿Han escuchado algo así alguna vez? ¿Quién ha escuchado algo así de un trabajador? Es que nadie quiere hacerlo. A nadie le gusta eso. Ya les dije y no hacen caso, es que no escuchan. Por ahí en un rato. ¿Suena familiar? ¿Quién dice que sí? Levanten la mano. Sí, suena familiar, ¿no? Ahora, como usted es un gerente exitoso y usted va a empezar a aplicar muchas de estas cosas que son simples de hacer, no requieren cambios adicionales, ¿qué usted va a hacer? Si le dice el trabajador, nadie quiere hacerlo, un gerente exitoso que dice, ¿quién es nadie? ¿Puedes decirme quién? Y yo entiendo que usted me va a decir, ay, es que después me dicen que no quieren decirme para no meter al otro en problema, para no estar de sapo, no estar de soplón, todo eso. Y después que escucho al trabajador, es que ya yo las he escuchado todo de todo. Si usted ya escuchó, ya le dijo, entiendo lo que me estás diciendo, pero tenga la confianza de que lo que me diga va a ser confidencial. Yo no voy a decir que usted me lo dice, pero entienda que si usted no me dice un nombre, ¿cómo lo podemos resolver? Si usted no me dice un nombre, ¿cómo lo podemos resolver? ¿Se puede hacer esto? ¿Sí o no? Sí se puede. Lo mismo, Pedro dijo que no le gusta. Oh, bueno, vamos acá. Nadie quiere hacerlo. ¿Quién es nadie? ¿Puedes decirme quién? Pedro dijo que es que no le gusta como estamos haciéndolo ahora. Bueno, Pedro, ok. Ahora que tenemos un nombre, y ahí se enfoca en soluciones. Lo mismo si le dice, por ejemplo, ya le dije y no escuchan. ¿Puedes decirme quién? Pedro me dijo, ok, ¿cuántas veces le has pedido a Pedro que te ayude? Y a veces nada más le dijo una vez, usted se va a impresionar, que a veces ya le dije y no escucha, o ya les dije y no escucha. Bueno, ¿a quién le dijiste? A Pedro. ¿Cuántas veces le has pedido ayuda a Pedro? Le pedí ayer, solamente ayer, y la misma persona se va a dar cuenta de que, bueno, de pronto puedo tratar. Acuérdase que queremos guiar a nuestra gente a ser específicos haciéndole preguntas. Porque pasa esto, ¿sí o no? En un rato, ¿a qué hora sería eso? A la 1:30 cuando Mark llegue de comer. Ok, a la 1:30 está perfecto, gracias, cuento con ustedes. Escuchen esta última parte, cuento con ustedes para poner la arena nueva a la 1:30. Ahora ya lo estamos poniendo en ellos. Pero no dejen que te digan por ahí en un ratito, al rato, mañana, ¿sí? Acuérdese que queremos que la gente sea específica, ¿sí? Vamos a pasar al siguiente. Otra cosa que hacen los gerentes altamente efectivos o exitosos es que saben dar la retroalimentación que hay que dar, la retroalimentación correcta. Y para explicar acá, retroalimentación es lo que llaman feedback. Ahora, ¿qué es eso? ¿Qué es retroalimentación o feedback? Es, por ejemplo, si yo le digo algo a él sobre cómo es su comportamiento, cómo es su trabajo, cómo es su actitud. Si yo digo algo sobre él, sobre su trabajo, su actitud, su comportamiento. O él me está dando retroalimentación a mí, si él me dice a mí sobre mi trabajo, mis acciones y mi comportamiento. ¿Sí? Han escuchado esta palabra antes, ¿verdad? Feedback o retroalimentación. Y es importantísima en el trabajo. Ahora, la retroalimentación no es solamente para decirle a alguien lo que está haciendo mal, sino una herramienta para ayudar a la gente a ver y a construir sobre sus fortalezas. Voy a repetir esa parte, para ayudar a la gente a ver y a construir sobre sus fortalezas. Y eso lo saqué de este libro, 9 mentiras sobre el trabajo. Y ahí está el escritor. Muchas veces pensamos que la retroalimentación es solo para decir cosas malas. Y ya si usted le dice a alguien, venga José, que tengo que hablar con usted, ya va José, ay, ¿y ahora qué? ¿Sí? Pero no, la retroalimentación no tiene que ser solamente malo. Ahora, es para utilizar, ¿cómo es? Para ayudar a la gente a ver y a construir sobre esas fortalezas. Ahora, es por eso que los gerentes exitosos usan estos 3 tipos de retroalimentación. Y estos los saqué, de hecho, de un libro también que explica y habla de retroalimentación. Se llama Gracias por su feedback. Hay 3 tipos de retroalimentación. 1, agradecimiento. Gracias por lo que hizo. Ya vamos a explicar más. 2, coaching, como un entrenador de fútbol, ¿sí? 3, evaluación de desempeño. Esa es la normal que le dicen a usted de su trabajo, cómo hace. Vamos a hablar de esas 3, que ese es el último tema que tenemos acá. Agradecimiento. ¿Qué quiere decir esa de agradecimiento? Bueno, pues claro, ese es bueno, eso es decir las cosas buenas, que hiciste un buen trabajo. Ese es importantísimo porque demuestra gratitud, demuestra aprecio a la gente y le da validación, y todo el mundo quiere validación. ¿Cuántos empleados a veces te dicen, ¿cómo voy en el trabajo? Quiero saber cómo voy. Y también quieren saber pues si van bien para ver si reciben el aumento, ¿verdad? Quieren saber con tiempo. Pero déle esa validación a la gente, déle esa validación y reconozca lo que otros hacen, porque eso dice que usted lo ve. Y también que usted tiene gratitud, que usted agradece el trabajo que están haciendo. Y eso demuestra que a usted le importa lo que la gente hace. O sea, diga gracias. Ahora, ese agradecimiento, no añadí esa diapositiva ahí, pero ese agradecimiento tiene que ser específico. No le va a decir gracias por hacer buen trabajo. ¿Qué le va a decir? Por ejemplo, gracias por asegurarte de que el establo de becerros esté completamente limpio, los corralitos están todos limpios, los becerros están limpios, están secos, están cómodos, gracias. O gracias por trabajar duro. No, dígale, gracias por cubrir cuando hemos tenido gente que no ha llegado, gracias por quedarte hasta más tarde para cubrir por José que no llegó. Sea específico es lo que le va a decir la gracia, sea específico, ¿sí? Vamos a hablar del coaching. ¿A cuántos acá le gusta el fútbol, el soccer? A nadie le gusta. ¿Sí, de verdad? ¿Quién aquí mira fútbol o soccer? Levanten la mano. Ay, mira, pensé que tenía un grupo que eran más pro deportes, pero parece que no. Es la primera vez que no me levantan la mano. Bueno, pero todos saben del soccer, ¿cierto o no? Allá usted, ¿sí? Bueno, ¿qué es lo que hace un coach? Decirle a todo el mundo lo que hace mal, decirle a su gente lo que hace mal todo el tiempo. Estar pendiente de todo lo que hace el delantero, patea ahora, no patees, patea, no patea, y no lo deja pensar. Eso es lo que hace el coach. ¿Los critica sin darle soluciones? No, eso no es lo que hace un coach o un entrenador. ¿Qué es lo que hace un coach o un entrenador? El trabajo principal de él es destapar el potencial de su equipo, ayudar a otros a entender de lo que son capaces y los ayuda a desarrollar eso, los ayuda a aprender, los ayuda a crecer. Y esto es un tipo de retroalimentación también. Cuando usted trata de ayudar a otra persona a darse cuenta de que son capaces de hacer más de lo que pueden hacer. Y un coach también celebra las victorias. Ahora, el equipo o el coach va a celebrar al final del juego cuando ya se terminó el partido, o va a celebrar el primer gol, ¡ah! Y después otro gol, y cada gol celebra, ¿cierto o falso? ¿O se espera hasta el final? No, no se espera hasta el final. Lo mismo debemos hacer en el trabajo, celebrar las pequeñas victorias. Por ejemplo, en este mismo rancho que los corralitos no estaban listos, el dueño me dijo, fíjate que fui ayer, y cuando fui al rancho noté lo mismo, me dice, fui ayer, y Manuel, nombre ficticio de nuevo, tenía 6 corrales ya listos, paneles puestos, la paja adentro, hasta con cubos y todo, 6 nuevos para los siguientes becerritos que nacieran. Y le dije, ¿y se lo dijiste? No, pues asegúrese de que se lo dice, y le va a decir exactamente lo que miró. ¿Y cómo se va a sentir Manuel? Asegúrese que usted ve lo que la gente hace, porque si no le dice solo lo que está mal, acuérdese que un coach también va a celebrar esas victorias. Un coach va a celebrar las victorias y va a ayudar a la gente, los va a motivar, les va a dar las herramientas, les va a hacer preguntas para que ellos aprendan y entiendan y puedan tomar mejores decisiones y hacer un buen trabajo. No es precisamente decirle qué hacer. Ahora ya hablamos de la retroalimentación de agradecimiento, coaching. Ahora hay otra que es evaluación de desempeño. Esa es la que ustedes están familiarizados, ¿verdad? ¿Cuántos acá hacen evaluación de trabajo cada 6 meses, 1 año, 2 meses? ¿Cuántos acá hacen evaluación de trabajo? Que es un papel, ¿sí? Bastante, la mayoría de ustedes. Es bueno saber eso, que sí. Muy bien, pero eso es solo una parte de la retroalimentación. Por ejemplo, ¿cómo voy en el trabajo? La gente quiere saber y se pregunta, ¿me van a dar el aumento? Esa es la que va ahí, ¿sí? No queremos que la gente se esté preguntando cómo va en el trabajo. Usted mismo quiere ir diciéndole poco a poco, pero para eso, ese tipo de feedback tiene que ver con cómo hacen el trabajo, pero es basado en las expectativas del trabajo, en los protocolos que usted tiene, y usted lo va a enfocar siempre en soluciones, ¿sí? Ese va precisamente, específicamente al protocolo que usted tenga, si la gente la sigue o no la sigue, ¿sí? Y enfocado en soluciones, de pronto hay que reentrenar porque no lo sigue, ¿sí? O de pronto no tiene las herramientas para hacerlo. Pues preguntarle a la gente por qué no pueden cumplir, ¿sí? Ese ya lo hemos escuchado otras veces. Pero ahora, escúcheme acá, no hay que dar todos esos tipos de feedback, ¿verdad que no? No hay que dar todos esos tipos de feedback todo el tiempo, eso no hay que hacerlo. No siempre usted tiene que andar de coaching, vamos, vamos, yeah, usted puede. No, porque es que aburrido todo el tiempo así, ¿verdad? Tampoco va a estar todo el tiempo haciendo la evaluación de desempeño, que esas son las expectativas de trabajo. No todo el tiempo, sin embargo, muchas veces la devaluación del trabajo va de la mano con el coaching, porque usted no le va a decir algo que está haciendo mal sin proveerle un poquito de, ¿verdad?, de sugerencias o de ayuda sobre cómo mejorar. Esas más o menos van de la mano. Pero usted sí puede, y no puede, no voy a decir puede, usted tenemos la responsabilidad como líderes y como encargados, eso sí, de mostrar agradecimiento todo el tiempo. ¿Se puede hacer o no? Empecemos por eso al menos, demostrar agradecimiento todo el tiempo, todo el tiempo. O sea, use cada oportunidad que tenga para darle las gracias a la gente, diga algo bueno, esa es parte de nuestra responsabilidad, e inspire. ¿Se puede hacer o no? Estas son las 4 cosas que hablamos hoy. Ser específico en lo que pides, ¿sí? Ser intencional al entrenar. Número 3, hacer las preguntas correctas. Acuérdese, esta es buena. No deje que la gente le dé estimados ni le diga más o menos y que no sean específicos. Hágale preguntas y entienda la importancia de dar la retroalimentación correcta en el tiempo correcto, ¿sí? Y siempre tenga en cuenta quién usted tiene que ser al otro lado de la puerta, ¿verdad? ¿Qué necesita mi equipo de mí? Que yo sea el coach, que le dé, que lo motive, que lo inspire, que lo escuche, que lo enseñe. Recuerde, señores y señoras, que ustedes como profesionales de la industria lechera tenemos una responsabilidad grandísima de, primero que nada, encontrar cuáles son los talentos que tenemos, en qué somos buenos, porque todo el mundo es bueno en algo. ¿Para qué somos buenos? Y aprender, como están haciendo todos ustedes acá, que vinieron acá, vayan a charlas, hablen con gente, pregunten, lean, vean videos, aprendan lo más que pueda, porque tenemos esa responsabilidad grandísima, señores, de impactar la vida de la gente que tenemos cerca de nosotros y de transformar la vida de ellos, para que ellos también sean la mejor versión de ellos mismos. Y cuando digo impactar a la gente, puede ser a las 3 personas inmediatas a usted, a las 5 personas inmediatas a usted, a los de su familia y ya, ¿verdad? Sus 4 personas de su familia, a 100 personas, no importa quién, pero usted tiene la responsabilidad de encontrar en qué usted es bueno, desarrollar eso y usarlo para hacer el bien. Ay, aquí veo a alguien que conozco allá también, y hacer el bien, ¿sí? Recuerde que usted puede lograr lo que sea, lo que sea, lo que sea. Si usted pone, primero lo piensa, lo sueña, trabaja duro y tiene fe. Y usted va a brillar como estrellas en el cielo. Así que con eso los dejo hoy. Me lo dejo ahí. Ay, mira, que ahí veo muchas caras familiares. Qué bonito que estén acá. Bueno, ¿alguna pregunta, señores? Acá los recibo las preguntas que tengan. Escucho como varias preguntas a la misma vez. ¿Qué usted quiere saber? Le voy a dar un ratito para que organice las ideas un poquito, ¿sí? Y ahí me dice exactamente qué tan importante es el trabajo en equipo. Bueno, sin trabajo en equipo, pues no podemos hacer nada. Usted ha visto, nadie puede hacer las cosas solo. Si el dueño del rancho corre la granja solo, no lo puede hacer. ¿Cómo lo va a hacer? ¿Cómo va a expandir? ¿Cómo va a crecer? O sea, no se puede, no es fácil trabajar en equipo y que todo el mundo colabore y se entienda y trabajen para la misma meta. Pero es como a veces ese meme que usted ha visto a veces por las redes sociales, que hay una persona nada más cargando el bloque entero con toda la gente encima, ¿sí? ¿Lo han mirado? ¿Verdad? Trabajo en equipo, ¿no? Pues claro, es importantísimo. Me mencionaste sobre la comunicación, ¿verdad? Sin comunicación no hay trabajo en equipo. Y eso es otra charla entera completa, ¿verdad? Pero claro, comunicación a todos los niveles. Que todo el mundo sepa qué se está haciendo, por qué se está haciendo y qué responsabilidad tiene cada persona. Pero eso es general. Ahora, quiero mencionar, si buscan esa página motivadeiri.com, voy a estar poniendo estas diapositivas y una hoja informativa, no esta semana, pero la semana que viene la estoy poniendo ahí en la página de internet, ¿está bien? En el área que dice recursos. Y muchas más que la voy a estar poniendo cuando salga de este evento. ¿Alguna otra pregunta? Adelante. Gracias, Moisés. Y voy a resumir en una oración lo que él dice. Él dice que nos preocupemos por la gente más allá de solamente el trabajo. Porque la gente no es solo lo que trabaje, ¿sí? Que tratemos de nuevo, utilizar lo que sabemos y se le facilita a usted aprender, entender, tiene buenos contactos con la gente. Y él mencionó de salud, busque por ejemplo un dentista que venga y hable con sus muchachos. Real, ha pasado en algunas granjas que es la que trabajo, ese es el proyecto que estamos trabajando ahora, Moisés, así que le voy a comentar todo eso. Dentista, por ejemplo, alguien me dice, es que eso es problema de ellos si le duele una muela. No, no es problema de ellos. Si le duele una muela va a faltar al trabajo. ¿O cuántos no nos faltan porque les duele una muela? Y están buscando un dentista por allá 2 horas de acá, sí, pero traigan a alguien que los eduque y les enseñe sobre ese tema, porque él mencionó algo al principio. Todo el mundo viene tiene backgrounds, ¿cómo se dirá eso? Trasfondos diferentes, ¿no? Se criaron de forma distinta, ¿verdad? Podemos ayudarlos a entender también a cómo cuidarse ellos mismos, cómo mejorar, no tan solo como profesionales, sino como personas. Y eso se va a traducir a que traigan más valor a nuestra comunidad también. Gracias, Moisés. Excelente. ¿Alguien más? Fuerte, que yo sí estoy sordita. Okay. ¿Cuál es su pregunta? A ver. Ok. Sí. Ay, no entienden. Ese, sí, no es algo que no pase, ¿no? Pues déjeme decir algo primero acá. Los que necesiten, pues, irse en confianza, ¿verdad? También para no ¿verdad? Aguantarlos aquí, ¿no? Los que quieran quedarse pueden quedar, los que no, pues ya no hay temas nuevos, ¿no? Pero son bienvenidos de quedarse. Gracias. Los que tengan que quedarse me echan para acá. Bueno, vamos a refrasear lo que él dice. Él dice, déjame ver si yo puedo apagar esto, ¿verdad? A ver si puedo apagar. Vamos a apagar esto. Ahí está, para que no esté esa luz ahí. Bueno, ya tienen la página ahí donde voy a poner eso. Él pregunta, ¿qué hacer cuando la gente simplemente, en resumen, lo que está diciendo es que no quieren seguir los protocolos? Ahora, esto lo digo yo creo que en casi cada charla. Usted recibe lo que usted acepta. Si usted le acepta a la gente que trabajen a ese nivel, poca calidad, porque no los quiere perder, pues eso es lo que usted va a recibir, porque uno se lo permite, ¿no? Siempre y cuando uno tenga, porque eso siempre va a pasar, sí, no pasa que si no siguen el protocolo o faltan o no llegan a tiempo, cuando es tan crucial que empiecen a ordeñar a la hora que es, que muevan las vacas a la hora que es, pero las granjas tienen, primero, tener un programa de entrenamiento que sepa la gente el por qué hacemos lo que hacemos y cómo se hace. Segundo, que entiendan las repercusiones de no hacer su trabajo y que entiendan que haya un, ¿cómo le llaman? Un proceso de disciplina también, de que tú hablas con la gente, pero si eso no se cumple, ¿qué va a pasar después? Porque si usted se lo sigue aceptando, pues va a seguir pasando, ¿no? O sea, la gente va a hacer lo que uno le acepte. Lo mismo con los hijos, ¿no? ¿Sí? O sea, tiene que haber, y le voy a poner esa información también en la página, ¿sí? Y la mayoría de las granjas tienen un periodo que la primera vez hablan con la gente, la segunda hablan, depende de la severitud de la cosa, ¿verdad? La segunda lo pueden suspender por 3 días. 3 días sin paga hace la diferencia, ¿no? Ya luego pues lo pueden despedir. Ahora, puede ir a despedir si la severidad es mayor, depende que sea, pero de nuevo, uno recibe lo que uno acepta, pero por el miedo de que se le vayan. Ahora depende, si la falla no es tan grave y usted puede lidiar con eso, porque pues por lo menos viene, llega a tiempo, es lento, pero bueno, ahí usted decide, ¿está bien? ¿Alguna otra pregunta? ¿Su nombre allá? No veo de acá lejito, usted mismo el que levantó la mano. Manuela, ay Dios mío, Manuel, quiero aclarar acá que no estaba hablando de ese Manuel, por si acaso, a ese Manuel ni lo he visto en mi vida, no, ni lo conozco, ¿verdad que no, Manuel? Ni lo conozco, adelante, mucho gusto, ay Dios, mucho gusto, haga su pregunta, Manuel, ay Dios mío. Muchísimas gracias, se lo agradezco. Muchísimas gracias. Se lo agradezco, muchas gracias por el comentario. ¿Alguna otra pregunta o comentario? Ay, qué linda, gracias. Diga eso fuerte para que lo escuchen allá, que de donde usted viene, ay, verdad, lo tengo en la mano.
Yo vengo de Chile y estoy feliz de haberme dado el tiempo para asistir a esta charla. La encontré muy motivadora y pienso que siempre en el trabajo hay que no olvidarse que uno trabaja con personas y desarrollar al humano que está detrás y a la familia, porque uno trabaja con una persona, pero ese es un padre de familia o una madre de familia. Sí, estoy muy feliz de haber tomado esta charla.
Muchísimas gracias. Pero ella dijo anteriormente a eso, dijo que qué bueno escuchar de acá de inmigrantes, porque del país de ella casi no van inmigrantes a trabajar allá y que ya no tienen la oportunidad de escuchar cosas así. Vea qué afortunados somos los que somos inmigrantes y que vivimos acá, ¿no? Que tenemos la ventaja de poder aprender muchísimas cosas acá también. Gracias. ¿Alguna otra pregunta? Muchas gracias. Bueno, lo voy a estar recogiendo acá porque me van a botar del salón. Esto viene y charla va. Los que me quieran hablar, pues me buscan acá. Ahora busquen la página. Gracias. Y busquen la página en Facebook también, le den like, la siguen y ahí siempre pongo los eventos que vamos a tener, los pongo ahí en la página de Facebook, ¿sí? Motiva Dairy Consulting. Ahí la buscan. Gracias.